we had a discussion that we really needed to complete in the executive session. So I do apologize for this. I'm
And
looking to.
Commissioner Cheney,
Okay.
did you get the latest script that I sent to your Verizon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that is the most up-to-date information.
Okay, are we okay to? Have we all moved over?
There is a quorum.
Okay, good. All right, then. Good afternoon. This is Board Chair Linda Chinya, and I'd like to welcome you to the public board meeting of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. Just a reminder to everyone who's listening, if you haven't, please mute your phone. And at this time, I'm going to do a roll call of the board to identify who is on the call and remind board members again to please identify yourself before speaking for the record. This is just the roll call. Commissioner Bondima.
Commissioner Bondima here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
Commissioner Frank. Commissioner James Hassan.
Present.
Commissioner McFadden.
Yes, I'm here.
Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Okay. Commissioner Sykes here. Okay. And I'm here. We have 4 absent, I think, at this point. 1, 2, yes. Is there a motion to reopen the meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner McFadden. Is there a second?
Second, Roberts.
Second, Bondima.
Commissioner Roberts, thank you. Those in favor of reopening the meeting, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
has Commissioner Frank joined us yet? Okay. Commissioner James Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed joined us. Richardson, okay. Roberts,
Yes.
okay. Sykes, okay, I'm in favor. So we have 6 in favor and 4 absent. Is there a motion to approve the prior open session minutes?
So move, Robert.
You, Commissioner Roberts. Is there a second?
Second, Bondima.
Thank you. All in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan,
Yes.
McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
I'm in favor. I'll check again. Has Commissioner Frank joined? Reed, Richardson, or Sykes?
Commissioner Cheney, actually, I meant to mention Commissioner Frank won't be able to join the public meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we have 6 in favor and 4 absent. And now is there a motion to approve the closed session summaries?
So move, Bondima.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second,
Brooks.
Robert.
Thank you, Brooks. Okay, and those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor. Anyone opposed? Did anyone join that I haven't called? Okay, so 6 in favor and 3 absent for this. So thanks, everybody. I have several comments that I wanted to do for this evening. And the first one is that I would like to begin the evening by recognizing the contributions of Joshua Lynn, who has served with distinction as our student commissioner for the past 2 years, while exhibiting a unique combination of youthful enthusiasm tempered by a level of maturity that is far beyond his years. In that time, Joshua provided valuable insight while serving on the policy committee, and he also participated regularly at board meetings. But I think Josh performed his most valuable service to city schools through his example of the dedication, discipline, and power of student voice that we seek for all of our students. Most importantly, through his participation in the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City, his membership in the Maryland Association of Student Councils, he worked with his peers to bring his ideas and beliefs to fruition. So Josh, on behalf of the entire Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, I am very pleased to express our thanks to you for your commitment to city schools and our best wishes for your continued success. We do, I know, have some parting things for you, Josh, and when we see you in person, we'll see that you get those, and we're happy to see that you're with us today. I'm also happy to announce that our school year 2020-21, I want to announce our new school year 2021 student commissioner, and his name is Kyrie Sykes. He's an incoming student on the board. He is a rising junior at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. He has also worked as the chief of staff for the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City during the previous school year. Kyrie has worked with a number of administrators who pushed him to be at his best level, he says. He's earned certificates and trophies for his leadership. And he always says it's not about winning or being recognized. It's about fighting for positive change in Baltimore City schools. So we are excited to have him and welcome Kyrie to the school board. I'd also like to announce for school year 2021, our committee chairs. And for the members of the public who may not know, our committees are each responsible for choosing their own chairs. Chairing the Teaching and Learning Committee, again, this year will be Commissioner McFadden. Commissioner Roberts will be chairing operations, and Commissioner Brooks will be chairing the policy committee. Commissioner Reed will continue to chair the audit committee, and Commissioner Bondima will continue to chair the strategic planning committee. I want to especially thank Commissioner Frank and James Hassan for the excellent job that you've both done in chairing during the previous school years. I have a lot of recognitions tonight, and next I'm going to recognize some of our retirees with over 30 years of service. And I understand that 2 of them have called in. Is Miss Pamela Crawford on the call? I don't know if she can be released if she's there, but Miss Crawford started her employment with Baltimore. Thank you. Welcome.
This is Pamela Crawford. Thank you.
Great. I understand that you started your employment with City Schools February the 4th, 1988 at Harlem Park Middle School as a secondary teacher. And you also worked at William H. Lamel High, Winston Middle School, and Carver Vocational Technical High School. We want to thank you for serving the students in city schools for 32 years and 4 months. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I hope you heard that clap. We're trying. Yeah, thank you.
I did. And I just wanted to say thank you very much. And today at Carver, we did a drive-by retirement celebration. So that was very fit to go along with this evening's gratitude. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And you stay safe and please enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Well deserved. Is Miss Emma Graves on the line? Okay. Is that Ms. Graves? Well, Ms. Graves started her employment with Baltimore City Public Schools on September the 1st, 1978 as a school community assistant. She then accepted the position of a non-instructional paraprofessional parent liaison worker at Calverton Middle School. Ms. Graves was promoted to an educational assistant at Chinquapin Middle School, and her other assignments included William H. Lamel Junior High, Herring Run Middle, and Green Spring Middle School. And lastly, at Carver Vocational Technical High School. Ms. Graves served city school students for 40 years and 9 months. Congratulations, Ms. Graves. In addition, I'd like to also recognize the following people who served for 30 years or more. Teresa Taylor started her employment with city schools on November 15th, 1989 as an elementary teacher at Patapsco Elementary. She served city schools for 30 years and 7 months. Catherine Gentry started her employment in October of 1989 as an elementary teacher at Harford Heights Elementary School, and she served students in the city schools for 30 years and 8 months. Sheree Sneed started her employment in September of 1989 as an elementary teacher at Stewart Hill Academy. And her final assignment was at Guilford Elementary Middle. She served Baltimore City Schools for 30 years and 9 months. Deborah Miles started her work in city schools in October of 1988 at Joseph C. Briscoe as a librarian. And she served our students for 31 years and 8 months. Denise Foster Rosado, started her employment on October 27, 1980 as a secondary teacher at Northeast Middle School. She became a guidance counselor and worked in several schools, ending, I believe, at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High. She served Baltimore City Schools for 39 years and 8 months. Marcia Ray started her employment in August of 1988 as a special education teacher at William Bear School, and she served Baltimore City Schools for 31 years and 10 months. Scott Summery started his employment with Baltimore City Schools September 9th, 1985 as a secondary teacher at Winston Elementary. And he later accepted an appointment at Roland Park, where he remained until his retirement, serving for 34 years and 9 months. Rosalind Green Ellis started her employment with city schools in August of 1994 as a special education teacher at William H. Lamel Junior High. And she worked, her last assignment was at Montebello. Ms. Green Ellis served Baltimore City Public Schools for 36 years. Michelle Allen started her employment with city schools November 1st, 1982 as an audiologist at the Dr. Roland N. Patterson Middle School. And her last assignment was at Mervo. She served Baltimore City Schools for 37 years and 8 months. Michael Tabegua started his employment with Baltimore Schools September 1982 as a secondary teacher at the Baltimore School for the Arts, which he also served for his entire career. And he served our students for 37 years and 10 months. Lori Delaney started her employment with Baltimore City Schools August of 1988 as a special education teacher at Digital Harbor. She later accepted a position at Gwynns Falls, and her final assignment was at Waverly Elementary Middle, serving Baltimore City students for 31 years and 10 months. Beverly O'Neill started her employment December the 10th, 1981 as a secondary teacher at Lake Clifton Middle School. And her last assignment was at Sarah M. Roach. She served Baltimore City Schools for 38 years and 6 months. Stephen Holloway started his employment on December 1st, 1980 as a vocational teacher at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, where he stayed for his entire career of 39 years and 7 months. Carol Copeland started her employment with Baltimore City Schools October 1980 as a special education teacher at Fort Washington Elementary. She was later assigned at Glenmount for the remainder of her career of 39 years and 8 months. These teachers staff served 40 years or more. Faye Augen started her employment at Baltimore City Public Schools November 1st, 1978 as a pre-kindergarten teacher at Malcolm X Elementary, and she later moved to Liberty Elementary, where she completed her career of 41 years and 8 months. Anise Strawn Vinson started her employment with City Schools in September of 1976 as a guidance counselor at the Old Southern High School. She later served at Reginald F. Lewis, and she served Baltimore City Schools for 43 years and 9 months. Elise Collier started her employment September of 1975 as a special education teacher at Stewart Hill Elementary. She completed her career in the itinerant special education staff, and she served Baltimore City school students for 44 years and 9 months. Eva Gamber started her employment January 21st, 1980 as a lunch aide at Waverly Elementary. And she served, later she accepted an assignment as a non-instructional assistant and was promoted to a paraeducator. She served Baltimore City Schools for 40 years and 5 months. Gretchen Lawson started her employment in Baltimore City Schools September of 1977 as a secondary teacher at Francis Scott Key Elementary Middle. Her last assignment was at Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, where she was an assistant principal, and she served Baltimore City Schools for 42 years and 9 months. Melissa Jones started her employment in July of 1976 as a senior clerk typist for the Director of Student Relations. Ms. Jones was then assigned as a principal clerk stenographer for pupil services. Her last assignment was at Moravia Park Elementary Middle, and she served Baltimore City Schools for 43 years and 11 months. Rosalind Smith Randall started her employment with City Schools in October of 1974 as an elementary teacher at Betsy Ross Elementary. She served Baltimore City Schools for 45 years and 8 months. Her last assignment, I believe, was at Lockerman Bundy Elementary School. Angela Parker started her employment with Baltimore City Schools in January of 1976 as a speech pathologist at Harlan Park Elementary School. She continued until she was transferred to Lexington Terrace School. Her latest assignment was as an educational specialist for special education monitoring and compliance. And Ms. Parker served Baltimore City Schools for 46 years and 6 months. And Diane Braxton started her employment on September 1st, 1979 as an elementary teacher at Grove Park Elementary. She served Baltimore City Schools for 48 years and 10 months. Her last assignment was at Sarah Roach. Ernestine Edwards started her employment September of 1971 as an elementary teacher at Harlan Park Elementary. She served 8 schools within the school system, and I believe her last assignment was as a field support, instructional support, and educational associate at Achievement Academy. She served city schools for 48 years and 10 months. Jessica Brooks started her employment on October of 1970 as a 6.5-hour children's aide for the engagement office at the central office building. She later worked at several schools, and she worked in the Office of Compliance Investigation, the Office of Special Education and Early Childhood Education, and she served Baltimore City Schools for 49 years and 8 months. And the last person I want to acknowledge served for more than 50 years. Frances Mitchell started her employment with Baltimore City Schools September the 11th, 1968, as a teacher's aide at Calverton Middle School. She then moved to Harlan Park Middle and was later assigned to Augusta Fell Savage Institute of Visual Arts, where she remained for the rest of her career. Ms. Mitchell served Baltimore City Schools for 51 years and 9 months. Congratulations to all of these folks, and thank you. Yes. Thank you for the immeasurable service and contribution that you've made to city schools and to the lives of many, many, many students in Baltimore City. I have to take a breath for just a moment, sorry. Is there a motion to approve the personnel, employment, and payroll PEP and PEP agenda? Sorry.
So
Madam Chair,
moved.
is that with the items removed?
Is that
So
James?
moved, Richardson.
Okay.
Correct. We were, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a part of what was said.
This is Christian. I was just answering Commissioner James Hassan's question. We did receive and post an
Oh, I
update.
didn't know.
Yes, so it's just the PEP. Correct?
So
Okay,
moved, Richardson.
We have a motion by Commissioner Richardson. Is there a second?
Second, James Hassan.
Thank you. And those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden.
Yes.
Has Commissioner Reed joined us?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
and I'm in favor. No one is opposed, so we have 8 in favor and 1 absent. At this time, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Santelises for CEO comments.
Thank you, Chair Chinya and the Board of Commissioners. I'm going to invite Chief Grant Skinner for this evening's PEP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, Commissioners. First tonight, Beverly Manigo, consultant, is appointed Coordinator of Student Wholeness, effective August 17th. Heather Harrison, Principal at C.W. Harris Elementary School in Washington, D.C., is also appointed Coordinator of Student Wholeness, effective August 3rd. Anthony Brooks, Principal, is appointed Educational Specialist 2, non-public, effective August 17th. Jemima Buchanan, secondary teacher at Western High School, is appointed Academic Content Liaison Literacy, effective August 3rd. Joel Carlin, coordinator of STEM Mathematics, is appointed Academic Content Liaison for Mathematics, effective August 3rd. Jordan Jones, principal at Great Oaks Charter School in Wilmington, Delaware, is appointed principal at Baltimore Leadership School for Young Women, effective August 3rd. Carrie Ann Malcolm, assistant principal at Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School, is appointed principal at Baltimore Montessori, effective July 29th. Megan McFeet, special education teacher at Windsor Hills Elementary Middle School, is appointed Academic Content Liaison for Early Literacy, effective August 17th. Nicholas Smith Rengarts, teacher at Mergenthaler Vocational Technical High School, is appointed Academic Content Liaison for Literacy, effective July 29th. Russell Penner, Director of Human Resources in Morgan County Schools, is appointed Assistant Principal at Violetville Elementary Middle School, effective August 17th. Sophia Fitzpatrick, Project Manager at Cybrary, is appointed Assistant Principal at Federal Hill Preparatory School, effective August 3rd. Tamika Daniels, principal at George W. F. McMechen Middle High School, is appointed to continue in that role and serve as principal of Joseph C. Briscoe Academy, effective July 29th. And Tia Perry, a special education teacher at Windsor Hills Elementary Middle School, is appointed Academic Content Liaison for Early Literacy, effective August 17th. Thank you.
Dr. Felicius, you may be on mute.
I don't hear anything.
Or Linda, you might be muted. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it. This is what happens. You would think by now I would have mastered Teams, but apparently that is not the case. So thank you very much, Chief Grant Skinner. As has become our custom for those candidates who are principals, we have some extended remarks for them. So today, I would like to welcome Carrie Ann Malcolm, who has been the assistant principal at Baltimore Montessori Public Charter School. Previously, she served as the education associate and the new teacher mentor at Rosemont Elementary Middle School and was a classroom teacher at Mary Ann Winterling Elementary. Ms. Malcolm decided to follow her passion and love for teaching by making a career change from law to education and applying for the Urban Teacher Program. Ms. Malcolm holds a bachelor's degree from Iona College and a master's degree in education from the University of Maryland College Park, where she also received her Administration 1 and 2 certifications. Ms. Malcolm has also completed her Montessori administrator training at Loyola University, Maryland. Congratulations, Principal Malcolm.
The final decision on these changes, as it was told to us, will be decided upon come this September, which is
next is Tamika Daniels, who has served city schools for 20 years. She has been the principal of George W. F. McMecken High School for 6 years. Before becoming principal of McMecken High School, she also served as a special education teacher and then assistant principal, working as a mentor while in high school with a student with Down syndrome. Ms. Daniels knew early on that she wanted to support and serve a community that needed someone to advocate for them and understand their uniqueness. Ms. Daniels holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology from Lincoln University in Pennsylvania and a master's degree in administration and supervision from the College of Notre Dame. We not only welcome, but welcome to her new position, Principal Daniels. Next, Ms. Jordan Jones comes to city schools from Great Oaks Charter School in Wilmington, Delaware, where she was a middle school principal for 3 years. Previously, she served as the Dean of Curriculum and Instruction, where she managed curriculum, development, teacher coaching, and assessments. Ms. Jones entered education as a member of Teach for America, where she was an English teacher at Boys Latin Charter High School of Philadelphia. She holds a bachelor's degree from Duke University and a master's degree in secondary education from the University of Pennsylvania. Congratulations, Principal Jones. Now, in 2 recent special board meetings on June 23rd and July 16th, we announced many other new principal appointments. And so today it is my pleasure to also share a bit about each of these principals as well. The first, Principal LaDacia Ballard, was most recently the assistant principal at Furman L. Templeton Preparatory Academy. She will assume has assumed the principalship there. Prior to her AP position, she has also fulfilled the assigned duties of the educational associate with a focus on academics, as well as those of a program coordinator of the Child First After School program at Furman L. Templeton. Shortly after her college graduation, she was accepted into the Baltimore City Teaching Residency Program and became a 3rd grade teacher. Ms. Ballard holds a bachelor's degree from James Madison University and a master's degree from the Notre Dame of Maryland University. Congratulations, Principal Ballard. Next, Principal Christian Lisiere at Baybrook Elementary School has served as an assistant principal at Patterson High School for 10 years. Previously, he served at Garrison Middle School, Doris M. Johnson, and Affia Public Charter School. Mr. Lisiere began his career in education as an art educator in Hartford County, where his love for students drove him to look for opportunities in Baltimore, a city where he felt he was most needed. He holds a bachelor's degree from Towson University and a master's degree from Notre Dame of Maryland University. Congratulations, Principal Lissiere. Next, Principal Joseph Eldridge from Southwest Baltimore Charter School is a native of Baltimore, Maryland, and a proud product of the Baltimore City Public School System. Most recently served as resident principal for Patterson Park Public Charter School. Before then, he was a music teacher turned special educator. Mr. Eldridge holds a Bachelor of Music in Education from Norfolk State University and a Master of Science in Educational Leadership from McDaniel College. He has served as a grade level team lead, professional development chair, ELA content lead in Baltimore City, and as an educational counselor for Talent Curve, a company formerly contracted by the U.S. Department of Defense to provide education and career counseling to military spouses. Congratulations, Principal Eldridge. Next, Principal Venus Jackson at Harlem Park Elementary Middle School has been resident principal at Reach Partnership and a member of New Leaders for New Schools. Previously serving as a high school educational associate, she committed to ensuring that all students had access to postgraduate opportunities. Ms. Jackson facilitated school partnerships with BCCC, Virginia University of Lynchburg, and Coppin State University, making the dream of college a reality, even for students facing multiple barriers. She began working with city schools through the Engineers Teaching Mathematics program, committing to teaching one geometry class. She holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from UMBC and a master's of education degree in contemporary leadership from Coppin State University. Natasha Pouncey. Congratulations, Principal Jackson. Next, we have Principal Natasha Pouncey at Hamilton Elementary Middle School. She has served as an educator in city schools for 14 years. Ms. Pouncey began her career in education as a special education teacher at Calverton Elementary Middle School before becoming an IEP chair. She then served as resident principal of Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle School and Hampstead Hill Academy. She currently serves as assistant principal at Roland Park Elementary Middle School. A native of Baltimore, Ms. Pouncey often credits Calvin Rodwell Elementary School as providing her with a solid academic foundation. She holds a bachelor's degree from Coppin State University and a master's in special education from the College of Notre Dame of Maryland. Congratulations, Principal Pouncey. Next, Principal Troy Mitchell at Montebello Elementary Middle School. He began his career as an elementary school teacher at Pitts Ashburton Elementary School and was most recently assistant principal at Forest Park High School. Mr. Mitchell is a graduate of Baltimore City College. Mr. Mitchell completed his undergraduate degree in elementary education at Morgan State University, where he currently serves as an adjunct professor in the Teacher Education and Professional Development Department. Mr. Mitchell retired from the Maryland Army National Guard in 2015 after 26 years and several deployments in support of Operations Iraqi and Enduring Freedom and others throughout the world as a member of a special operations team. Congratulations, Principal Mitchell. Next, Principal Tawanda Cofield, Federal Hill Preparatory School, was a resident principal at Hazelwood Elementary Middle School and Liberty Elementary School with Baltimore City Public Schools. Previously, she served as the vice principal at the Chime School and principal at the Auburn School. Ms. Cofield began her career in Philadelphia as a social emotional learning advisor for a K-12 boarding school. In Maryland, she served as a special education teacher for 4 years in Prince George's and Baltimore County public school systems. She holds a bachelor's degree from Temple University and a master's degree from the Johns Hopkins University. Congratulations, Principal Cofield. Next, Principal Rosalind Fleming at the Lily Mae Carroll Jackson School. She has been a member of City Schools since 2010 and has had a long career as a passionate educator for the children of Baltimore City. She has served in various roles to increase the educational outcomes of all children by directly supporting teachers to provide high-quality instruction to all children. These roles include being a teacher, project-based learning coach, teacher mentor, new teacher onboarding facilitator, and literacy coach. In 2016, Ms. Fleming joined New Leaders for New Schools under the Aspiring Principal Program and attained a position as a resident principal at Lily Mae Carroll Jackson Charter School, where she continued her career there as assistant principal and then interim principal. Congratulations, Principal Fleming. And in other meetings earlier this summer, we also announced that a few principals have been appointed to lead in different schools. First, Principal Nina Muzone at Forest Park High School continues her journey in city schools from the position of principal at Nakatu Freedom and Democracy Academy. Previously, she served as resident principal at Bluford Drew Jemison Academy and City College. A proud East Baltimore native, her involvement in education began with spot-on imitations of her favorite teachers and principals, Ardina S. Dixon and Beverly Crisp, on immaculate marble steps of her grandmother's home on East 23rd Street. She holds a bachelor's degree in English from Mary Baldwin College and a master's degree in educational leadership and administration. Congratulations, Principal Muzone. Principal Alzada Spencer at Calverton Elementary Middle School has served as a principal in city schools for the past 3 years. She began her teaching career as a classroom teacher in 1999 and has served in numerous positions while serving the students of Baltimore City Schools. She holds a bachelor's degree from Delaware State University and a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University. Congratulations, Principal Spencer. Next, we have Denisha Logan at James Mosher Elementary School. She has served in city schools for 15 years and is a product of Baltimore City Schools and a proud Poly alum. Previously, she served for 5 years as principal at Harlem Park Elementary Middle School. A career changer, Ms. Logan began her career in education as a middle school math teacher here on the west side of Baltimore at Calverton Elementary Middle School. Her 15 years in the district has been serving students and families in West Baltimore. She holds a bachelor's degree from West Virginia University and a master's degree from the University of Baltimore. Congratulations, Principal Logan. Next, we have Principal Martia Cooper at Alexander Hamilton Elementary School, who has served as a principal in city schools for 7 years. She has served the students of Baltimore City for over 20 years, beginning her career as a guidance counselor. She holds a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Frostburg University. Congratulations, Principal Cooper. And then finally, Ms. Camilla Carnes at Augusta Bell Savage High School has served as a principal in city schools for 8 years. She began her teaching career as an elementary teacher in 1995. She has also served as an IEP team associate and assistant principal. She holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Madison, Wisconsin, a master's degree from the University of Bridgeport, and a master's degree in school administration from the University of Notre Dame. Congratulations, Principal Carnes. I know that was particularly long this evening. This is the time of year where we have large numbers of principal appointments. We've had them throughout the summer, but it really has become a tradition for the folks who I think have some of the most difficult and challenging jobs in the district. And it was truly my pleasure to be able to welcome you in that way. So as we move forward, I will continue with my comments for the evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Cheney, you're still muted if you're talking at the moment.
Are you talking? Do you need to speak, Chair
No,
Cheney?
I thought, were
Yes,
you moving on?
I
Yeah,
am.
that's what I thought, okay.
Okay, I just was making sure. Maybe I had the wrong two. Very good. I do. So last spring, the entire city schools team, excuse me, this past spring, the entire city schools team had to really step up to the challenge of COVID-19 and did so with incredible dedication, professionalism, and hard work. I am equally proud of the resilience and diligence demonstrated by our students and their families in working through the uncharted terrain of distance learning. As a district, we are making every effort to balance the needs of our students, staff, and families in these very difficult circumstances. And we have strongly encouraged and incorporated the very valuable feedback from everyone involved. Thank you for everyone who has taken the time to submit your feedback, your suggestions, every email. Truly, I appreciate it, and it helps make our work more successful and helps us to improve. Later tonight, we will review Closing the Distance, our plan for reopening city schools this fall. Because we are committed to transparency and communication, the presentation by our department chiefs is necessarily detailed, but the guiding principles that underlie the plan are frankly straightforward and consistent with our overriding goal of advancing our students' well-being and achievement. Those principles, as a reminder, are as follows: health and safety, accelerating student learning and thriving, prioritizing equity for all communities, commitment to stakeholder engagement and support, and maintaining an environment of fluidity and continuous improvement. As I expressed several weeks ago, our goal ultimately is to return to in-person learning as soon as conditions allow, to help meet our students' development and academic needs. We are committed to everyone's physical health and safety without reservation. We know that at the same time, we cannot ignore the equally urgent necessity of ensuring students' social and emotional development, meeting their mental health needs, and the reality that many of our most vulnerable students benefit immensely from in-person engagement with the staff who care deeply about their academic and personal success. Our collective task is to find the best way to balance immediate health concerns with our mission as educators to support student learning, wholeness, and leadership in the most effective ways possible. In addition to stakeholder feedback, Our plan is based solidly on data, both in terms of COVID-19 and the disproportionate impact of distance learning on our most vulnerable students. Finally, it is critically important that our decisions not be influenced in any way by attempts to politicize this situation. Based on the current COVID progression, we have decided to delay the start of in-person learning and open the school year in a 100% virtual environment. The district will continue to plan for a return to an in-person learning option later this fall, and we will provide an update on our next steps to the entire community no later than October 16th. In the meantime, we will be focusing our attention on implementing a virtual learning experience that provides students with safe, rigorous, engaging learning opportunities that prepare them for the future. We heard from staff, school leaders, and students that many of our students were not effectively engaged in learning this spring, and that students' academic progress was compromised. I am proud of the work that we did as a team last spring in response to an emergency that was thrust upon all of us with no notice. But we also recognize that the results were necessarily imperfect. This fall has to look and feel different. We must bear in mind that our students are among those making some of the greatest sacrifices to protect communities during this crisis. That is particularly true for our Black and Brown students who are in danger of being left behind by the unprecedented eruption in their schooling. If we are asking students to sacrifice the in-person learning opportunities, experiences, and activities from which they have normally benefited, it is our collective obligation to deliver virtual learning opportunities that effectively engage our young people, nurture their curiosity, and foster their academic success while providing opportunities for social connectedness. This is our responsibility, and it is our commitment. To make sure we are poised to meet that commitment, tonight, the board will consider our request to delay the opening of classes until September 8th. Teachers and 10-month staff will return on August 26th to provide additional time for high-quality professional learning and to make certain that they are equipped with the skills and tools necessary to effectively support our students in either virtual or hybrid learning environments. Tonight's presentation will describe our path into the new school year in greater detail and will be posted on our district website. I encourage everyone to take the time to review the plan carefully so that we are all prepared to give our students, families, and staff the support they need to be successful. In the meantime, I think it's important to note the principles that will define our progress, regardless of the learning environment in which we find ourselves. First, our approach must be fluid. As conditions warrant, we may well find ourselves moving back and forth between virtual, hybrid, and in-person small group learning opportunities. We will have plans in place to ensure that learning continues under all circumstances. Second, it is critical that we accelerate learning. We have to know that we will not remediate our way out of the academic ground that our students lost this spring. So we will focus on grade level content as our academic priority. Students will have individualized learning plans informed by assessments and student work. And we will provide targeted supports to English learners, students with disabilities, homeless students, and other vulnerable student populations. At the same time, all students need to experience deep and nourishing relationships to ensure that they are cared for, they are seen, heard, and engaged in school. We found in the virtual environment this spring that the relationships our students and families had with their schools were critical to the consistent engagement of students in learning. In fact, the schools that had developed those very strong relations prior to COVID cited that those relationships as one of the greatest leverage points in staying connected to families and ensuring that young people's continuum of learning was protected. This will require an unwavering focus on whole child engagement and support, including mental health and social emotional support, opportunities for enrichment and positive behavior reinforcement, as well as targeted support for our most vulnerable students. We also need to recognize that we are asking a lot from our teachers and our families. Teachers will need clear learning plans supplemented by ongoing support and coaching, and ongoing support and coaching that is reflective of what they have found to be most supportive. They will need ongoing professional learning and best practices for virtual and blended learning. Family engagement focused on building the capacity and supports of parents and guardians to assist and foster their students' learning at home will be more important than ever. Whether we are 100% virtual or in a hybrid environment, academic success and student well-being will not depend solely on teachers and students in classrooms, but also on family members at home. Clear communication will be a priority to ensure that families are informed and supported through homework hotlines and development opportunities for parents around both content and technology. We are committed to providing our families with the ongoing support they need so that they in turn can support their students' needs. Finally, our success and the success of our students will depend to a large extent on our ability to maintain an attitude of partnership, openness to new ideas, and a willingness to learn from our experience and innovate based on those lessons learned. Continuous communication between staff, teachers, students, families, and community partners will be essential in providing clear messaging about expectations and resources. In closing, I am grateful to our staff, our teachers, our families, and most of all to our students for your strength and resilience during this difficult time. The upcoming school year will undoubtedly challenge all of us, but I am confident that we will adjust and respond as needed to provide our students with the support they need. With your continued partnership and commitment, we will do whatever is necessary for all of our children to thrive. Thank you. I now have one.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Chair, I just have another quick statement, hopefully will be quick, around device distribution. I know that there has been a stated commitment by both myself and the board to make sure that all young people, all students in Baltimore City who need devices will have them. I also know that we, have seen an unprecedented uptick in families who are availing themselves of this. So I think that, one, I want to say that we have made this commitment to make sure that all of our young people will have devices. As part of that commitment, we began in city schools distributing devices in April of the school year. And when we transitioned to a central distribution model for the summer, since June 23rd, we have been distributing computers from the central office every Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Understanding the need to increase accessibility to reach more families, in July, we began issuing hotspots and extended our distribution hours to 6 p.m. Since summer device distribution began, we've seen an average of 190 families per day. This past Thursday, July 23rd, we had a total of 760 families come in for a device and or a hotspot. Admittedly, while we did anticipate an increase, we did not and could not have accounted for that surge that was literally 4 times what we had seen prior to that. City Schools always strives to provide a high level of customer service. With the unanticipated surge, we have committed to improve our processes, to better accommodate our families. We know there has been challenges to that. And here is what we implemented today and will continue to do moving forward. That is, implement a screening process for families in line to help speed up device assignment process. 2, we will safely accommodate more families in air-conditioned spaces within the building as waiting areas for families while still following social distance guidelines. 3rd, provide tents to help protect those waiting in line from the heat or other inclement weather. And we will also commit to providing water. Also, our plan has always called for a return to school-based distribution as the start of school approaches. Given the volume of families we are now seeing coming to get devices for their young people both last Thursday and today, we are working to shift our plan to a school-based distribution model earlier than we had originally intended to make access more convenient for families and limit wait time for families accessing devices for their young people. Once that plan is finalized, we will be sure to share that updated plan. Again, I want to stress that we are committed to making sure that all of our young people, all of our families have the technology that they need, making sure that our customer service, where there are glitches or unanticipated surges and challenges, that we quickly improve and ameliorate the situation. I do want to stress that this central distribution is for traditional schools, but that we know that charter schools are also working on their site-based device distribution as well. So we will have more information about that as we move forward. So now, Board Chair Chinya, this now officially concludes my very long remarks for this evening. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Sorry about that. It's quite an evening, as you said, with all of the announcements and things that happen. I'm going to make one slight adjustment to the agenda. I'm going to move looking at the consent agenda, and then we're going to do public comment. Then I'll come back to the first informational item. So I want to allow the public comment to get in a little bit earlier. So at this time, I'm going to I will review the consent agenda, and I'm going to ask board colleagues to let me know if you would like to have a particular item removed. Please state your question or issue so that the staff can be prepared to answer when we come back to those. 4 items I am removing because these are items that our student commissioner can vote on. So I'm going to be pulling items 8.1, 8.2, 8.02, 8.03, and 8.04. So those are already pulled. Item 12.01, which is supplemental instructional materials. 12.02, Baltimore Urban League, Debate League, 12.03, academic and enrichment programs, extended learning services, Success for All. 12.04, the Urban Alliance Foundation Incorporated. 12.05, College Bound Foundation Incorporated.
I apologize. Could you pull 12.03 for a vote? I don't need to have any discussion on it.
12.03 is pulled for a vote. Okay, thank you. Believe I'm now on 12.0. International 12.07, the Villa Maria School. 12.08, YMCA of Central Maryland. 12.09, Textel Incorporated. 12.10, Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, Castle. 14.01, Verizon Maryland LLC. 15.01, Colossal Contractors Incorporated, and is that Taito Contractors Incorporated?
Madam Chair, I
15.
have a question on the 15s in general. My question is that when we procure requirements contracts, we allow bidding for multiple corporations, and there's supposed to be a rotation. And the fact that we're seeing Taito twice in the same procurement is challenging to me. So I just want to hear from procurement about how they're working the rotation of those contracts.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you pulling all of them, or that's just a general question?
It is a general question that may affect my vote.
So do you want to pull the two that have, is that what
I
you're
would
asking
pull
for?
1501
and 1503?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, 15.02, Nichols Contracted Incorporated. 15.03 has been pulled, Taito. 15.04, Chilmar Corporation. 15.05, J.F. Fisher Incorporated. 15.06, W.B. Mason Company Incorporated. 16.01, New Leaders. 17.01, NCS Pearson. 19.01, Youth Opportunity Academy. Okay, thank you. So,
Madam Chair,
yes,
can we pull 8.04 for presentation?
it's already pulled.
I know you pulled them, but I wanted to specify a presentation to be attached to that agenda item.
Gotcha.
Madam Chair, this
Okay.
is Commissioner Roberts. I don't know if we need to pull it, but for 12.07, the Villa Maria School Board Docs does not reflect the updated contract start and end date.
Do you want it pulled for the correction, or you just want?
Well, yes, if the dates are going to be amended.
Commissioner Roberts, is that in 12.07 or on the agenda? Where is it not updated?
It's in the board doc.
Okay. It should reflect July 1.
I'm seeing the contract start date. The information we got earlier, the start date was in July 1.
Commissioner Roberts, in board docs now, it is July 1. That's what I see. I see the start date is July 1 until June 30, 2021.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay. So the items that I have pulled are 8.01, 8.02, 8.03. Those are for votes for with the student. 8.04 is pulled, a request for a presentation. 12.03 is pulled for a vote only. 15.01, 15.03 are pulled for information regarding the contracts. Okay. All right.
Can I ask, Madam Board Chair?
Yes.
This is Allison Perkins Cohen. Can I ask a quick question of Commissioner McFadden? For the calendar, there was some of the key information on the calendar in terms of the start date of school and the additional time professional learning is in the recovery plan presentation, not the whole calendar presentation, but some of the key dates are in there. Do you feel like that would be sufficient? I'm just worried about the length of the presentation. You're on mute.
Is that presentation happening prior to us voting? If it's happening prior to us voting, I still want it, I want it pulled. If it's happening after, then if that makes sense. So if we're going to vote on it prior to the recovery presentation, I would rather it be explained then.
Can we just table 8.04 until after the recovery presentation?
Sounds good to me.
All right, so it's pulled, and we will pick up 8.04 after the presentation on the recovery plan. I got it. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we're going to now move to public comment, and we have speakers from recognized groups who have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. First is Baltimore Teachers Union, and President Diamante Brown is representing the BTU this evening. Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Good evening. Throughout the summer, the Baltimore Teachers Union has continued to virtually meet with educators, students, families, community groups, and public health experts who are all focused on the health, well-being, and educational progress of Baltimore's young people. Educators want nothing more than to return to in-person learning in safe and healthy environments, and we struggle with the daily reports that demonstrate increasing infection rates across the country in the state of Maryland, and right here in Baltimore City, where we're experiencing the most severe increase of cases of any of Maryland's large municipalities. In the past week, Maryland recorded our third highest increase since this crisis began, and Baltimore City now has a 7-day average positivity testing rate above 6%. The National Coronavirus Task Force grouped Baltimore City with Las Vegas, Miami, New Orleans, and other hotspots as requiring intensified aggressive action to mitigate this surge of the virus. As a graduate of city schools and someone who still lives in the same neighborhood as our students, I grow more worried every day with the increasing case total and the daily shifts from the scientific community that demonstrate how little is still known about this deadly virus. One aspect that is clear is that our most at-risk communities are Black and brown, and our city's health disparities are starker than ever. None of us want this. We all wish we could safely return to schools, but we know starting virtually is the right decision. And we, along with the Maryland PTA and Maryland State Education Association, remain steadfast in calling for at least the entire first semester to be completed remotely, just as Baltimore County, PG County, and other Maryland districts have committed to in the past weeks. This would allow us to concentrate our efforts on making full remote learning as rewarding as possible, while district and state officials address the many, many unanswered questions we still have regarding in-person learning and the establishment of robust health and safety protocols. Given all this, the BTU has focused on how to improve remote learning for the fall. And during negotiations with the district, we have offered a range of proposals that have received no engagement whatsoever other than outright rejections. Among other technology needs, we have sought a guarantee in high-speed internet access for students and educators, and the school board's representatives have rejected this. The BTU has also worked to gain a commitment from the board for professional development sessions that would be designed for parents and caretakers to collaborate with educators on learning how to use technology and how families can best assist in the educational process. And these were also wholly rejected. BTU has also worked to get an agreement on what the distance learning school day will look like, offering substantive guidelines that would make it clear for all schools how much time students and teachers will be required to work in front of screens, engaged in synchronous and asynchronous learning, office hours, and so on. And once again, our attempt to create stability throughout city schools was rejected. As these issues show, the district hasn't been willing to meaningfully collaborate with the union. BTU's leadership hasn't been allowed to directly participate in the reopening workstream committees, and we haven't been able to get substantive commitments in writing on basic and necessary structures that would hold everyone from administrators to educators to students accountable. In the spring, remote learning varied greatly from school to school and household to household. Families with students at multiple schools had wildly different experiences. We must do better. We know as educators that more often than not, we won't get the last word, that our intentions and legitimate concerns will sometimes be politicized and marginalized. We will continue to fight for the resources and structures that make sense for our students and educators. Even before the pandemic, our city schools were underfunded by hundreds of millions of dollars annually. And now more than ever, we're being asked to do more with less. We have just over a month before our school year begins, and many decisions still need to be made on the structure of the school year. Educators and communities need to have a meaningful voice in how this school year will work. To do our jobs effectively, we need reasonable supports and structures to be guaranteed by the board. As always, we look forward to further conversation, but we need these conversations to be backed up with written commitments and action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next, we will have the president of the PTA Council of Baltimore City, Ms. Debbie Demery.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. Yes, thank you. The PTA Council of Baltimore City continues to be an option to engage families in Baltimore City. The PTA Council is here as a resource to existing units, assisting those who want to become a PTA unit and those who want to know more about PTA. We continue to groom leaders and let them know they have a voice. I would like to take time to thank Amanda Obey, Linnea Cornish, and Charles Smith for agreeing to be the PTA voice on the Parent and Community Advisory Board. We appreciate their sacrifice. PTA is not a brick and mortar building. It is wherever its members are. Last week was the beginning of our first ever all virtual National PTA Convention, which introduced a new national slogan, How Do You PTA? Our keynote speaker was retired astronaut Jose Hernandez, who flew into space as the flight engineer aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery in 2009 and was the first person to tweet in Spanish from space. He equated the current pandemic situation to what astronauts train for: isolation, quarantine, distancing, being away from family and friends, all things normal to him, but not to us. 6 months ago, no one envisioned isolation would become our normal, and we were unprepared. Our schools were unprepared. We know our public schools are underfunded. Private schools have always had more flexibility and more money. I give the example of a private K-12 school in Honolulu, Hawaii, that is set to open full-time in the fall. They will have a full-time epidemiologist, thermal scanners in the hallways to take temperatures as people walk by, and an 80-acre campus with 2 teachers for every 25 students, so social distancing will not be an issue. Across our country, public schools are planning not to open at all or only a few days a week. Some families and teachers are just not comfortable returning. It not only highlights the lack of equity, but shows the dysfunction of our political system, pouring money into saving banks and airlines, but not our schools. If we do not change that thought process, we will have no one qualified to work in those industries. The lack of equity is really showing. But this is not the time to point fingers, but a time to come together to work on solutions. After listening to our locals, we would like to see the following: ensure all families are equipped with devices for virtual technology, including charter schools. Ensure our special needs students receive the services they are entitled to. Ensuring ongoing training and professional development on technology platforms for all parents, students, and teachers, at times to accommodate those parents working remotely and on site. Communicate options for Wi-Fi. Communicate universally how to obtain devices and not to leave it to the principal. There are still parents who do not know how to obtain devices for their students. Ensure teachers have updated devices. A separate hotline to handle cleaning and disinfection issues with a 24-hour guaranteed response time. Make mental health a priority. The school board should create a policy strictly for COVID-19. Although we agree with the decision to begin school virtually, it should be for the entire first semesters. Families and teachers deserve time to make plans. If schools are open, they should only be done when it is safe to do so. Training should be provided on proper cleaning and disinfection methods, training on the proper use of PPE and ensuring each school has sufficient amounts of PPE. Ensure soap and running hot water in each school. Ensure our students, depending on public transportation, can do so safely. Communicate what would happen if there's a COVID case. Be transparent and specific about next steps. Ensure each school develops a cleaning and disinfection plan. Continue opportunities for families and teachers to provide feedback. Invite them to the table and be receptive to their thoughts and ideas. I attended 2 national PTA workshops earlier today on back to school germ prevention and school school reopening and assessments. Not all school districts in the country are inviting families to the table. So thank you, Dr. Santelises and staff, for realizing that families do matter. Everyone wants equitable, high quality, and safe education for all students. How do you PTA? By making every child's potential a reality. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Emery. I went on mute to listen to you and then couldn't get off. Thank you very much. I hope
you.
that we can get a written copy of your statement, because there were some things there we probably do want to see in terms of follow-up.
Okay, I will.
Thank you. And finally,
Thank you.
we have the president. We have the president of AFSCME, AFSCME, Mr. Glenn Middleton. Mr. Middleton. Is Mr. Middleton with us tonight?
He was on for quite a while. So he must be on mute.
Okay, I will turn it over to board exec for the other public comment. If Mr. Middleton comes back, we will give him some time. But let's move on to the general public comment, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Gant.
Mr. Middleton's on, but he has to
Okay.
unmute himself. I don't have the authority to unmute.
Okay.
You can just come back.
Right. If you can hear me, Mr. Middleton, hit the unmute button on your screen. In the meantime, go ahead, Mr. Gant.
Okay, give me one moment. I will start with, the school board received a letter from Councilman Bill Henry of the 4th District that I'll read now. It reads, Madam Chair, as both a city council member and a BCPSS parent for the last 12 years, I'm writing to add my voice to the Baltimore Teachers Union and the many communities with which they have worked over the last several weeks to provide focus to BCPSS's plan as the next school year approaches. I'm sorry that a previously scheduled commitment made it impossible for me to attend tonight's Board of School Commissioners meeting in person. Please accept this letter as the testimony I would have provided. First of all, I support BCPSS's commitment to a fully virtual start for the fall 2020 semester with a later reassessment for the spring 2021 semester. I recognize the numerous downsides of distance learning, but nothing can be more important than the health and safety of our staff and students. Second, I support BCPSS's efforts to distribute technology devices to all staff and all students in need of such. The digital divide must be overcome. We cannot allow some students to fall even further behind. Third, high-speed internet must be made for all staff and students in need of such. If some provider or consortium of them can make this happen, that's great. But if they won't do the right thing, we need to find the funds to pay for it. Fourth, BCPSS needs to make training and professional development on this technology and the accompanying platforms available to all parents and students. Anything less simply broadens the digital divide. I'll be happy to discuss this matter in more detail, either by scheduled phone or video call. Sincerely, Bill Henry. And I'm gonna have the live commenters start first, and then I can play the videos and emails. Is Ayana Kane online? Miss Ayana Kane? Okay. Marigold Luai? Okay. Tajay Barnwell? Oh, hello. Is that Tajay?
I have a question. Did you already call for Somos?
Oh, are you Marigold? Are you? I see. Are you Marigold?
Yes.
Okay. There. Yes. Okay. You're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Margaret Louie, a rising sophomore at Baltimore City College High, and a member of Students Organizing a Multicultural and Open Society, also known as SOMOS. And I think that schools should start digitally for the full first semester and then reassess to come up with a final decision as to whether students can fully return for the second semester. As a student who goes to a public school and has witnessed several issues, I would suggest that it would not be a good idea to send students back to school, seeing as how high corona cases are each day. Many of the students would be very touchy young children who see nothing or the concept of personal space. For starters, many of the hallways in high schools are crowded during interclass transitions. People run into each other during those shifts, and coughs and fluids are exchanged through the air, etc. It might contribute to the virus spreading even more to the students. Most high schools did not have enough sanitary supplies to keep the hallways and schools very clean and normal conditions. I know this because I've seen my teachers pay out of their pockets in the past to buy cleaning and sanitizing materials for their classrooms. Another example is when the school neglected to keep soap and tissues in the bathroom, so I had to move to a completely different wing of my school more than once to get soap to wash my hands. These conditions are not adequate for the reopening of schools. Furthermore, anyone who has tutored and interacted with preschoolers a lot knows that it is known that most of these kids need individual guidance and won't hold the 6 foot apart rule. Children at this age are too young to understand the need to always wear a mask or keep 6 feet apart. Many of these children need help with self-cleaning, and their immune systems are not fit to fight a virus. Sending those children back to school may cause many to die. Hopefully, the board has reviewed all these details, and they're trying to convince me that after looking at all these details, that they are somehow still debating just sending us back to school. That seems to me as a student very carefree. You're meant to represent us as the education council and worry first about the children and teenagers placed under their care at schools, not putting our lives at risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, I was just saying,
This
thank
is
you for your
Ayana
comment.
Kane.
Oh, sorry.
This is Ayana Kane.
Oh, Ayana Kane. Okay. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Ayana Kane. I am a rising 10th grader in the dance department at the Baltimore School for the Arts. First, I want to thank everyone who made it possible for me to speak on this topic tonight. My experiences with dancing virtually was difficult at first, but I learned to appreciate distance learning because it kept everyone safe. I understand that we will begin the school year with distance learning, and then there will be a reassessment in mid-October to determine if schools should follow the hybrid model. I want to take this time to share a few things that I learned while researching. The Dance Center of San Antonio states that the body takes longer to adjust to the smaller amount of oxygen taken in by a dancer while dancing in a mask. That makes me a little nervous. Learning how to dance on point is challenging enough with no mask. When you add a mask to the equation, then I have to worry about not breaking my ankle and controlling my breathing. This is just one example from the perspective of a dancer. What about the vocal students and musicians at my school? They won't be able to protect themselves with masks while learning their craft. Also, I catch the bus to school. How would I be able to follow the suggested cohorting practice while traveling on the public bus? Acknowledging that COVID is a respiratory disease, I don't see a way to responsibly encourage hundreds of students, teachers, and administrators to convene in a closed building with limited access to fresh air, air conditioning, and heat. Holding school in person takes on a bunch of unnecessary risks. I don't feel comfortable going to school full-time or in a hybrid model until there is data that suggests it's safe. A hybrid model only protects on a hybrid basis. There is a possibility that students could come in contact with the virus and spread it to their families. However, if in mid-October Baltimore City Public Schools decides to open, then here are a few suggestions that I would recommend. Handing our disposable masks upon entry to the school building. Having sanitary stations at the top and bottom of every staircase and or other strategic places around the school. See-through panels between each desk to implement social distancing. Thorough cleaning of classrooms, bathrooms, hallways, and staircases every day, and cleaning in between class periods. Thank you for allowing me to share. This is especially important to me because my great-grandmother died from COVID a few months ago. I watched her decline in a hospital all alone from an iPad. I don't wish that on anyone. We are fortunate enough to be on the prevention side of this disease. I hope decisions from this board aren't made that could allow one of my classmates or their family members to end up in the way that my family did. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question to Ayana. Is that appropriate?
Well, we had indicated we would be listening, but go ahead, Mr. McFadden, because I see Mr. Middleton on also.
Ayana, first, I just want to, give you my condolences for your great-grandmother first. But secondly, as a dance student, we are beginning the school year virtually, and I want to know, what would you like to see with dance education in the virtual setting? I know you talked about, how you had to adjust to virtual learning in that dance space. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on what would you like to see more of or less of or whatever as we move forward in the school year.
Thank you for the question. Me dancing virtually, like I said, was a difficult process, but my school made it very easy to adjust to. What I would like to see further in the school year with virtual learning would just be to implement more for my school, more actual lessons in dance to help further our learning instead of focusing on past products, because we did do a lot. Since it was our first year doing distance learning, we had to do a lot of review. And this year, I would like to see me learning more new topics and things of that sort.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Middleton on screen, so I'm going to ask you to go ahead at this point, and then we'll come back to the other folks.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board Chair. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you and Dr. Sandalisa, but also to the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. I appear today to raise an issue of great concern to the members of our ASME local that work in the school system. Local 44 has been the exclusive bargaining representative for all of the non-certificated employees of the Baltimore City Public School System for over 40 years. These workers are the custodians who clean the schools. They are the food service workers who prepare the food for the students. They are the equipment operators. They are the plumbers, building maintenance workers. who take care of the school buildings and grounds. They are the hall monitors that work with our children every day. We are the parents, the grandparents, and the great-grandparents, aunts and uncles of the children that attend Baltimore City Public Schools. ASME Local 44, the Baltimore Municipal Employees, is overwhelmingly composed of Black individuals. We are hourly workers, many of whom can barely make ends meet. We do not receive our full pay if we miss an hour of work. Most of our workers have to work second and third jobs to support their families. In June, just several months ago, we were treated in a most disrespectful manner by the district. Without even bargaining with us, the district unilaterally decided to choose or to close on 4 Fridays in July. We were told we needed to work 4 10-hour days, Monday through Friday, or use our own leave if we wanted to receive a full paycheck. Our collective bargaining agreement calls for a 40-hour work week of 5 work days of 8 hours each day. Altering this work schedule violates the district's agreement with us, violates the district's duty to bargain with the union, ASME, and quite frankly, displayed a lack of sensitivity to our bargaining unit workers. This act by the district was unprecedented in ASME's relationship with this Baltimore City School Board and is very unacceptable. We had no choice but to file a class action grievance. As a result of that grievance, Baltimore City District offered a settlement that allows ASME employees to work on Fridays, or if they choose, to work longer hours, Tuesday through Thursday, to make sure they make their 40-hour week. And as I close out, Madam Board Chair, I'm glad that the district saw the error of its ways, but things should never have come to this. ASME should not have had to file a grievance to be treated with respect and dignity. I ask that you, Madam Board Chair, and the members of this distinguished board direct the administration to be more sensitive to the needs of those who work for the Baltimore City School District, and that it stop from taking unilateral actions that put the paychecks of the lowest paid employees at risk. We deserve that respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. And as you said, that really was something that was not proper. And we did settle that. I will also say that given the times, as strange as they've been, that was one of those things where I think the mistake occurred. And we are very much aware of it and do not see that will happen again. Thank you, though, for bringing it to us, and hopefully everything will work, is working out fine for your union members.
Thank you very much.
We're continuing on. Mr. Gant?
Okay. Next is Aliyah Abid. Are you on? Aliyah Abid. Okay, Connie Sanabria. Ms. Sanabria, are you on? Okay, last live comment, one more. Tajay Barnwell, if you are on. Okay, give me one moment. I'm going to read the emails I've received and then play the videos.
Christian, this is Commissioner Brooks. I just wanted to know if we could get some follow-up, because I was not aware that we had a grievance with the ASME folks. I would really appreciate some follow-up with that.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks, I will make sure you get some follow-up on that.
And this is Bundima real quick while you were doing what you're doing. And maybe I missed this, some of the information that Mr. Middleton brought up as far as the grievance and suit, class action, if that's what he's talked about. did I miss that, or did we have it? And if so, again, could we also get more information in reference to that? Was that shared with us? I'm not sure.
We'll have the board exec to do the follow-up. There was some information on your Thursday update concerning grievance and around this same topic, but we'll make certain that you get additional updates for this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to go ahead and play the videos first. Our first video is from Miss Rebecca Yenaway and the Teachers Democracy Project.
Teachers Democracy Project has been listening to parents and teachers since the schools shut down due to coronavirus. We've heard the same messages over and over again, and we wanted to share with you what we've heard.
My name is Dina, and I am the mother of a Baltimore City school student. And what I'd like to see for the fall is a streamlined approach to instruction. So in the spring, what we had was some students getting regular live sessions and with a teacher, and other students were getting like pre-recorded lectures. Some had packets. And so what I'd like to see is the students have regular live interactions with the teacher based on their age and their needs.
Baltimore City parents propose full virtual, at least for the first semester. This allows us to get through flu season and better prepare for in-person instructions. For the remainder of the summer, we need to be making sure that all students have devices and internet access. Far too many families waited outside of the district for many hours to receive devices, and many still don't have devices. We need to also make sure that we are thinking about long-term strategies for internet access.
In order for virtual learning to work for me and my family, as well as many others, we would need orientation as well as ongoing training for parents.
Teachers as well as families need support with technology.
I am a guardian of a Baltimore City public school student, and we would love to see partnerships with parks, recs, and other organizations that specialize in outdoor education.
We want to see a plan addressing the lack of social interactions.
I would like to see a plan for providing extra academic support for families and kids so that they can get homework assistance and tutoring. This could be peer support, cards, or teachers tutoring.
Baltimore City parents want to see a plan for supporting parents who need childcare. This could be supporting parents to create babysitting co-ops or learning co-ops, perhaps supported by teachers.
One important thing we've heard is that people want to see procedures for how to handle kids who don't log on articulated. People want a process for understanding and not punishing those kids, and a plan for really addressing the needs that are found. We'd like to see this not all fall on teachers, but to be a shared, coordinated effort between community school coordinators, parent leaders, PSRPs, as well as teachers. We thank you for your efforts in listening to parents, teachers, and students. We know that the plans will be better because of that listening.
Okay, give me one moment. Okay, next there's a video from Megan Harris, and she is a CTE teacher at Baltimore Design School.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, who's speaking?
Hi, sorry, this is Aaliyah Abid. I wasn't aware that I was given the opportunity to speak. I didn't get the information. Can I still speak or?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. So firstly, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Aaliyah Abid. I recently graduated from Baltimore City College, and I'm currently a member of a student-led organization in the city. So what I want to talk about today is with you all is that we need the school system to provide all the students in BCPSS with free high-speed internet, because since education is a public right, internet access is as well. The public school system is designed to provide free education to the children in the city, in this country. And with the school year beginning virtually, it's the responsibility, in my opinion, of BCPSS to make sure that every student and their family members and the teachers have free access to education and educational resources. And like many people are aware, there are still tens of thousands of students in the city that don't have broadband internet access. And to make things worse, the free Xfinity Internet Essentials program and whatever alternatives might be out there, they're not offered in all parts of the city. So some students don't even have the option to apply for less expensive internet plans. I'd also like to add that high-speed internet access is needed for virtual learning because Blackboard Collaborate, Google Meets, and other services like that, they require at minimum about 3 megabits per second upload speed minimum. And with a lot of the programs out there right now that are only being offered briefly for students for an affordable price or for free, they only reach that speed like as a maximum. So really, I think it's the responsibility of the school system to make sure that students and staff and teachers and their families have access to maybe hotspots or just some form of high-speed internet access, not just regular broadband internet access, but high-speed internet access so that they can make their classes, and if they have siblings, their classes won't get interrupted and everyone can continue their educational lessons at the same time, and it doesn't conflict with people in their household, whether they're in the school system or not, like whether their parents, are working at the same time or not. That's all I wanted to get across. Just please, 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 please make sure everyone can access their education. Everything is virtual this year coming up, or at least this semester. And there are so many people, like so many students that will be left behind if Baltimore City Public School System does not make sure that everyone has internet connection. And that's all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. I believe, I'm sorry, I missed one live comment person. Is Patrice Pilgrim online? Patrice?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sorry for missing you earlier. Go ahead.
Yes, I am. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patrice Pilgrim. I am the mother of 2 BCPSS students aged 10 and 14, rather both aged 10 and 4. Both of my boys have severe seasonal allergies and are also severely asthmatic. They attend school when it was in person in a building that was earmarked for discontinued use, and by that I mean they are in the process of getting a 21st century building. Before that, they had to make do with a building that did not have proper air circulation, that did not have proper heat, that did not have proper cooling, as well as they had to make do with an inconsistent supply of what we as adults would call essentials: soap and water to wash your hands consistently in the bathroom, towels to dry your hands, paper towels to dry your hands, toilet tissue for other use, as well as the ability to drink the water from the water fountains in the hallways. As a teacher in city schools, because I also teach at the high school level, it has been a fact, historic and even in more recent times, that city schools are severely underfunded. Teachers, like myself, spend hundreds and in some cases thousands of dollars to supply our students with the access to equipment and tools that they need. In a lot of cases, those tools and the equipment and so forth are not always or consistently supplied by the district. This is a fact. Now, taking that into account, how are we as teachers supposed to feel about any type of confidence, or how are we supposed to have any significant type of confidence in the ability of the district to provide the necessary resources during this unprecedented time of the COVID-19 pandemic? As a teacher and as a parent, I need to know how the district plans to support my children and all the other children in the district with online learning. What about the at-risk learners? And we're talking about specifics. We're not talking about paying homage with words. We're talking about detailed step-by-step actions on how the district plans to support the at-risk learners. We're talking about ESOL students. How are they going to be supported during this time? Because I have been in contact with other parents with regards to children having issues understanding the asynchronous lessons that were provided. What supports will be put in place to provide access to literacy skills for those students as well as the parents? We're asking parents to, quote unquote, support their students with online learning at home. Some parents need assistance with regards to learning how to operate these different technologies in order to support their children. Consistent high-speed internet access. I am one of the few people that is able to pay, and I spend about $100 a month for the fastest residential internet package available. I made that a priority for me and for my family. There are hundreds of families in this district that are not able to do that. What about them? There are a lot of questions that I have, both as a parent and a teacher, that I have not been able to find consistent answers to. And the answers to these questions are of key importance, as they will help to determine the decisions that I make when it comes to my children, both at school and at home. The reality is that on a normal day, teachers and students do not have even 80% of the resources that they need to do what state and federal laws mandate that they do in terms of participate in different levels of testing to assess advancement towards the attainment of certain skills and abilities. How then?
Ms. Pilgrim?
Yes?
Just let you know you've hit time. If you can wrap it
No
up,
problem.
please. Mm-hmm.
No problem. Let me close off. If my child or children are on ventilators in a hospital fighting for their lives, how am I, as their primary caregiver, supposed to go to a school and teach in person? If I am on a ventilator in the hospital fighting for my life, fighting to breathe, how am I supposed to? I don't think we should go back to in-person until or unless we can ensure that the guidelines and the safety requirements to keep students and staff safe can be put in place. And at the very least, not for the rest of the semester, the fall semester. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to a video from Ms. Megan Harris, and she's a CTE teacher at the Baltimore Design School.
Greetings, folks. My name is Megan Harris, and I am a teacher at Baltimore Design School. The reason I'm speaking with you today is my concern over the proposed cuts to CTE programming, which was announced to CTE teachers during our professional development in June. During that PD session, 10 different CTE programs were told to us that they were being looked at to either be cut or sunset by 2023. The final decision on these changes, as it was told to us, would be decided upon come this September, which is now only a month away. Those programs in the proposal to be cut or sunset include interactive media production and gaming, print ed, career research development, masonry, baking and culinary, agriculture, homeland security, data processing, engineering, and childcare. The proposal also stated that we would expand upon things like nursing, HVAC, and plumbing, while some things would stay the same. As a CTE teacher in the city who teaches interactive media production, I ask you to please consider the following concerns, which I know my coworkers in CTE share. The first is, on the proposed list of cuts are some of the strongest CTE programs in the city. Culinary students are constantly sought out to cater district events. IMP students like mine or print students like Mr. Queens are recruited annually to design things for different district offices. My second concern is that folks across the district seem pretty uninformed of these cuts, and I am concerned that cuts to students' education will happen without them knowing what is at stake. Third, schools like Mervo, Carver, and schools with any CTE programming will greatly shift and students will be hurt in the process. Fourth, the programs listed are great purveyors of jobs and are trades that our students have a vested interest in. Gaming is a huge part of interactive media production and something students are greatly interested in, as well as graphic design, illustration, animation, videography, the list goes on and on. Culinary is a trade where clearly in this pandemic, we are learning one of the fields we simply cannot go without is food. COVID-19 has showed us that restaurant workers are absolutely essential. How can we say that culinary is not important for our students? My biggest concern, however, is that when we tell our students that we are willing to expand upon trades like HVAC, nursing, and plumbing, but we take away innovative trades like interactive media production and gaming, or culinary, or engineering, we're telling students in our city, which is 60% Black, in schools that are 90% Black or more, that these are their only options. That is not something that I just think our students deserve to hear, and I don't think it's the message we want to tell them. I ask you, as your new CTE director starts their position, please consider my concerns.
For commissioners, this is President Brown. I just wanted to let you know that Tajay Barnwell is still trying to speak. I'm getting a text. I don't know if she's on here or not.
Okay,
I'm
thank
on here and I'm Connie Sanabria. I apologize for not being here earlier.
Okay, please proceed. You have, like I said, other people, 3 minutes.
All right, I'll begin. Hi, Connie Sanabria, teacher for the past 8 years at Baltimore City College. I'm going to address the topic of training and professional development for all Baltimore City public parents and students. There are less than 45 days until September 8th, and that makes me anxious, and that's for our tentative date for the first day of school. However, less time if our proposal isn't approved. So our collective sense of normal has been thrown out the window, so I'm suggesting that we creatively think and plan on how to reach parents and students during remote learning. First, our best practice would be to inform parents of our online tools and expectations before the first day of school. So let's be prepared and professional about this. Well, what would help first would be getting internet. I know that Comcast is asking for $650,000. That's a lot of money. Our parents can't pay for that. Something needs to happen. But anyways, the online part. For ease of access and fairness, we need to create a clear pathway of pre, during, and post-implementation and expectations of remote learning. Let's get even more organized this, pick a uniform platform to disseminate information to parents. Google Feed is free and a popular platform, and also is easy because it has tons of training modules, some created by Google and some created by teachers. EduFlow is good, Schoology is good too, but please, anything but Blackboard Collaborate. This past spring, it was a nightmare. Connectivity issues were awful. Once people logged in, we couldn't even either we had to turn off our videos or just people dropped off. And by people, I mean students. We need to pick a platform, start the training now. And no matter what happens, even if something amazing comes along in 3 months, stick to that platform. Next, not everything can be virtual. Like I said, Comcast wants a lot of money. We might not be able to get internet to all the parents. So we need to launch an informational campaign that's paper, okay? And we need to aggressively push it out in as much current information as possible. Phone-based. Create a dedicated parent hotline and not a catch-all help desk. Create text-based instruction guides. Print out manuals. Maybe form a partnership with a citywide institution, such as the Enoch Pratt Free Library. Use them as a pickup spot. Mail information. Use the empty movie poster spaces to create infographics. Like I said, we gotta be creative. And we also, if we're gonna do a paper campaign, we need to stick to what we say because now there's a paper version. The training of how to navigate students' education online needs to be convenient to the parents, which is why I'm suggesting this paper version if the internet stuff doesn't work out. But also with internet, some parents can navigate the internet in their sleep, which is great. Some don't have time, and then there's others who don't have a clue. We can do this differently. We can do it well. We can set a precedent. We always say that we want to set a precedent. Let's do it this time around. That's all from me.
Thank you. We have two more pieces of public comment. These are both emails I'll read. The first is from Saida Irvin, who is a rising freshman at Baltimore City College. Hello, esteemed members of the school board. I'm talking to you today to ask that you do not open schools in the fall. COVID-19 has undoubtedly handicapped the nation, and it would be irresponsible to open schools prematurely. Cases in our age groups, 0 through 9 and 10 through 19, and will unquestionably continue to rise if we reopen schools. The Vice Dean of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health said, we shouldn't be messing around with indoor places where young adults can come and give the virus to each other by dozens. It's clear that indoor spaces are a breeding ground for cases, and because Baltimore City schools don't have good ventilation and aren't cleaned well, we know that cases will rise and students will die. Besides, if we open schools, we are relying on students to be trusted to follow guidelines. If you can look at now for any indication of how they will act when school opens, they won't listen. Many of them are going on trips and seeing friends, etc. They are not practicing social distancing and rarely have face coverings. Honestly, I'm not sure if we can be trusted to follow these guidelines. As a person at a higher risk of getting coronavirus, it is imperative that my learning environment is safe. With so many children having underlying conditions, it would be ill-considered to open schools. Not considered in my statement will no doubt lead to a rise in youth cases. Thank you for your time. And the last public comment is from Ms. Catherine Mazurek. Hi, my name is Catherine Mazurek, and I'm a teacher at the William S. Baer School in City Schools. City Schools needs to reopen virtually for the entirety of the fall semester to ensure safe, supported, rigorous learning. Our students and families deserve the same consideration for their safety as their peers in other districts. Since March, I've assisted in 2 laptop distribution sessions and know what a challenge it has been for the district to secure us with PPE. I am nervous about how much supplies will be available in the fall. Teaching special education, I emphasize with the skills that can be lost with virtual learning. I would also like to share how it has connected me more to families by sharing our living rooms and working together. If the district focuses on providing more family-based tech tutorials and translations, we can provide more opportunities for our children to thrive. The BTU Media/PR subcommittee collected case studies of teachers celebrating their distance learning wins, and many cited how online instruction allowed students to pace their learning and get more direct attention. When we feel safe, we'll connect with learning more. By returning too soon, we are selling a false memory to families and students. We'll be creating more trauma without a plan. In Florida, Arizona, and in South Korea, schools who have rushed to reopen have had to shut. Parents I've talked to have mentioned they opt to homeschool, and we need to brace for this breach in trust if we reopen too hastily. As Baltimore's numbers increase, we need to prioritize lives over learnings for our students, for our administration, and for our colleague. And I believe that closes public comment.
Mr. Gant, can you look one more time for Tajay? She's saying she can't get off mute.
Okay, give me 1 second. As administrator, I can't unmute people, but let me see if I see the phone number. I do see the phone number, but like I said, Tajay has to unmute.
So what I'm going to do, because we really are looking at time, and we have several presentations, including the one that everyone is talking about that we haven't heard yet. I'm going to ask if she can't get on right now, that we be certain to get the comments in writing. But we do need to move the agenda along.
Excuse me.
And
I beg your pardon. Does she know it's *6? No one. They're just telling her to unmute, but nobody's saying *6. And you can mute me again.
Okay, so all right. So I'm going to ask her if she would send in her comments to the school board office, and we will be certain to get those. At this point, I don't know where to go on the agenda at this point. We have a information item. And it's a update from the Office of Equity. Is Dr. Durant is prepared? We'll move to that item.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Cheney, I'm here. Commissioner Chenier.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners and Dr. Fontelises and all of those in attendance tonight. I'm Tracy Durant, Executive Director in the Office of Equity, and so I'm going to give a brief update about the office's work since the adoption of Policy 80A in June of last year. As part of the board and city schools' acknowledgement of the historical, generational, and compounding reality of the systems and structures and practices that perpetuate racial inequity, our equity policy is an indication of our commitment to take action for removing and actively repairing those inequities to ensure positive educational outcomes for children. I'm going to start this evening with a video. Just want to make sure that you all can hear the sound. Hold on one moment.
Dr. Durant, I can play the video real quick if
Okay, I was gonna try it, Mr. Gant. I'm gonna start it, and if you are unable to hear it, would you let me know and then proceed with playing it? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, this is Tracy Durant, Executive Director in the Office of Equity here in Baltimore City Public Schools.
All of our students having access to whatever they need to become the best students they can be.
Identifying what that means to each individual and making sure that everyone has that appropriate playing field.
Equal opportunity for all children, classrooms, and teacher assistants.
The equity policy is a policy that was created specifically to be able to give city schools permission to acknowledge the ways in which we have systems and structures in place that are causing inequities for students that we serve. So the equity policy is our attempt to name those things, to acknowledge them, and to say out loud that it's a direct contradiction of our stated values and beliefs about what we believe is possible for all students in city schools. And one of the first charges I was given was to help the district get an equity policy drafted and approved by the school board. At this time, considering the persistence of race as a predictor of success or lack thereof, this is a call to action around the adoption of this policy. Thank you.
There was authentic engagement around parents and community members.
We're trying to fix or solve a systemic problem, but we're doing so in a meaningful way to make sure that we do get the outcomes that we're really striving for and to make sure that we don't consistently leave folks behind.
We spent a considerable amount of time this summer meeting with stakeholders, working on the implementation plan. And so as we enter year one, we are engaged in professional development opportunities. And so the training is really focused on the historical context of race in this country, race in Baltimore City, how it has impacted city schools, and then who we are individually in our person and in our role as part of the system. The work of equity is not something you do, it is something you are. So the work is personal first. And so as part of the training, people are spending time with really reckoning what they have learned about race, what they have learned about race in this country, and how in many ways we need to do some unlearning and we need to be educated and we need to really work together to build the kind of culture and community that will really be about honoring the humanity, not just of our students, communities, and families, but also of our teachers and our leaders and our staff.
Before the training, I would say equity was everybody getting
a fair slice of the pie, right? So you get 1/4, you get 1/4, you get 1/4. Like that probably was what I would say before. But now I think equity is more about everyone getting what they deserve in order to be at the same place, right? So you might need a little more fuel in your tank because of where you started in order to have the same equal platform of someone else that started out on a full tank.
The systems instructors are in many ways yielding the outcomes that the systems instructors were designed to yield. And so the only way to interrupt that is to be able to name it and to be able to seek ways that we will be better. And so to keep moving in terms of our conversation tonight, our implementation plan and lead and orientation for this work is partly situated in what Curtis Linton suggests, and we believe that if education is to no longer be a barrier to success, equitable policies plus equitable practices must be employed. And the responsibility to guarantee academic success relies first and foremost upon those who work in the educational system, right? Those, each and every one of us who works in the institution. And so we're focused on the educator's personal connection, the institution's embrace of systemic change and progress, and then what are the professional practices that we implement every day. Our equity standards as identified in our policy. So our policy has a purpose statement and then 4 equity standards. Year 1 of our implementation has been focused on Standard A, which is around disrupting and eliminating systemic inequities. Part of what we do as a part of Standard A is to explore an understanding of the root causes and structural impact of oppression. And so addressing the impact on historically oppressed and historically advantaged learners is central to Standard A. As part of Standard A, it is about a level set for the organization, a shared vocabulary, a shared understanding, a shared protocol with which to engage in conversation. So we're spending a considerable amount of time now on Standard D, which is around building staff capacity for equity-based teaching and leading so that we are better equipped to manage Standard B and C. Part of what we believe in our environmental change theory is that we have to provide professional development, consultation, and then long-term support throughout the organization. This year, we were able to offer 60 sessions of professional development, unduplicated number of 500 of central office and school staff participating, 200 consultation touch points, and over 100 strategic planning touch points. As part of those activities, we spent time in year 1 conducting a series of introductory sessions. Those introductory sessions included everything from our AP to Principal Accelerator, our Be More Me curriculum writers and teachers, our community school coordinators and lead agencies, first year principals, human capital staff, New Teacher Summer Institute, the Office of Special Education. In terms of our collaborations, one of the major things we had to do as a district this year was to make sure that our ESSA Consolidated Strategic Plan, which was due in September, we do September annually. That plan was aligned to our district's equity policy and has to have clear focus on our key actions and application of an equity lens as required as part of COMAR. Collaborations also included, our support of academics, teaching and learning, wholeness, communications, engagement and enrollment, support to charters and continuous improvement, human capital, and our legal office. Consultations are everything from some of those same offices, support at the school level, which include an alignment of policies JBA, JBB, and JIC. Some of the most recent Instagram pages that have been set up by students, our response to and support of leaders in that regard, charter schools, dress code, English learners, LGBTQ+, and support with parents. Our external engagement includes Baltimore School Climate Collaborative, Burke, Be More for Healthy Babies, Fund for Educational Excellence in Grade Level Reading, Goldsecker Foundation as we try to stand up a support model for charters, Maryland Philanthropy Network, the Wallace Foundation, which includes an exploratory test that we are currently engaged in. We're one of the few districts across the country who was asked to participate in an exploratory test around equity pipeline for equity-centered leaderships and principal pipelines. As you can imagine, with the standing up of so many work groups as we have had to respond to the global pandemic and as we get ready for closing the distance, one of the things as part of our work groups, and we'll talk about it in a moment, is our guiding questions for the application of an equity lens. And then professional development to include our Introduction to Racial Equity seminar, which I'll talk about in a moment, our support of Leadership Institute, sending people to additional professional development opportunities, so additional conferences, school-based support, and select office support, and then specific work that we've been able to do with Cabinet. One of the seminal things that we've done this year is standing up the Introduction to Racial Equity seminar as part of what we call out in our policy in terms of disrupting and dismantling inequities in every area of our work. We developed this 2-day seminar that we started offering in October. We have 80 people coming every month. We unfortunately had to cancel the sessions at the end of the year because of the global pandemic. But as part of this 2-day introductory seminar, what we focused on is the historical context of race in this country, race in Baltimore, and specifically the impact of city schools over time. So many of the comments that have been made about things that are systemic and structural, there's a history to that, there's a component. And so we spend time in seminar talking about what that is, what it means for city schools, and then what it means for individuals in their person, so back to that personal connection, but also what it means in the individual roles that we hold in the organization and the larger implication on the system. One of the leading dispositions around this work is that systems are made up of people, and so systems don't change until people do. And so part of what we do in this 2-day seminar is focus on what that capacity needs to be as an organization. And as we develop additional offerings in our cohort work, so our disrupting from within and decision-making using an equity lens, we will be focused solely on what it means to hold ourselves accountable for the outcomes that we say we want. In terms of just high-level information, the Introduction to Racial Equity seminar, also known as IRES, is the seminar that I referenced a moment ago. We asked for chiefs to identify staff in their offices. For the most part, staff identified for year one included executive directors, managers, some specialists. And at the school level, the principal was asked to attend the seminar. Principal was also asked to designate another person to attend. In some cases, it was an assistant principal, a community school coordinator, a social worker, or a guidance counselor. And then the third person is an equity fellow who is a classroom teacher. And so we'll talk in a moment about the equity fellow. So as you will see, we had spaces set aside for over 500 attendees in year one. We hit almost half of that number, again, having to make very quick adjustments for the shutdown related to the global pandemic. We did, as part of our feedback, we asked for self-assessment for individuals to indicate, high levels of knowledge based on those 4 areas that we said we wanted to focus on, and you'll see the differences before the seminar and post-seminar. The feedback that we received is that people were satisfied and very satisfied, some, neutral in a couple of situations around their indication of the seminar and whether they felt like it was useful for them. And so this feedback has been valuable for us, and we have other open-ended feedback that we will use as we figure out how to modify this 2-day experience that was face-to-face into one that is virtual. In terms of our cabinet work, one of the major things we focused on when we were doing budget priorities for this year is asking cabinet members to focus their budget planning and their district priorities in terms of what equity considerations they need to keep in mind to move the priority forward, and then in what ways they will use the data to inform the equity considerations. We spend time in exploring structural inequality, internalized oppression, utilization of the courageous conversation about race protocol in our deliberations. Cabinet members also participated in the seminar. Additionally, we were able to finalize the guiding questions for the application of an equity lens, which we did right before the COVID shutdown. And so chiefs have been asked to use these questions with their respective offices, and the work group leads have also been directed and instructed to use this in their deliberations, because the MSDE recovery plan guidance also requires school districts to align their work group, to align their recovery plans and our closing the distance plan with any equity policies that exist. Some of the successes for year one is that we were able to get the curriculum developed for our seminar, and we were able to stand up those respective sessions. We were able to develop the implementation plan with the help of some of our ILEDs, our principal supervisors, principals, and teachers spent time helping us to develop the plan. And then we had considerable support from Chief Jones and Dr. Wan in the Office of Achievement and Accountability to develop our logic model. Support from Annie E. Casey Foundation, which was instrumental for year one. So a lot of the professional development, the support we were able to have for being able to host the 2-day seminar, all came from support of the Annie E. Casey Foundation. Weinberg Foundation also supported us by hosting one of our Baltimore Core Fellows, and we were able to hire our first full-time employee. It is important to note that from the time of the office's inception, from November of 2018 to November of 2019, the office had one full-time employee, which was myself. And so we are very excited to now be growing a team. As I mentioned, due to COVID, we had to shut down our March and April sessions. The Equity Advisory Committee, which we were planning to launch at the end of the year with interest sessions, and then over the summer, spend time co-constructing what our work would be together, we were forced to postpone. And then our introductory sessions with charter schools as we try to develop a model that will also support charters. And so we've been able to adjust and host a number of meetups for people who completed seminar and those that haven't, to continue our professional learning as an organization. As we look forward into year two, we're going to continue that racial equity training and that capacity building. We're going to have cohort sessions that are going to be for people who completed a seminar. We will move into our equity fellowship, which will have our teachers, one teacher in every school, participating in ongoing professional learning. There will be support from our office to stand up the school equity action teams and the respective professional learning, and then working more specifically with our principals as we ask them to align their school performance plans with the application of an equity lens. So we will prioritize schools. We'll be offering ongoing differentiated PD and offering support to our school equity action teams. We will continue the employment, the implications of our guiding questions for the application of an equity lens, continue training for whole teams and those who manage people and projects, and then some of our inter-office collaboration. One of the major things will be our LGBTQ support and policy JVB alignment. We're working to decouple the structure, the support model and structure from the compliance piece of JVB. We're working with also the Director of LGBTQ Affairs for Baltimore City as we look to create more inclusive and equitable environments by building a robust strategic plan. We're spending time working with our continuous improvement around racial equity-driven improvement and focusing on our students. And so lifting up student voice, and not just lifting up their voice, but also recognizing that in our policy, we say that we believe the answers are in Baltimore, in our communities, in our students. And so we're going to be allowing the students to help lead and guide and shepherd us through this work as well. So we'll continue the support that we've been offering based on our closing the distance, whatever the model is going to look like for next year. We're starting virtually as we transition to hopefully one day get students back in classrooms in whatever way that is safe and makes sense. We will do so, and our office will continue to provide support no matter what version of learning we are participating in. We will be growing the team this year. We will be hiring 2 new specialists who will be supporting the school equity action teams. Their sole focus will be on what is happening at the school level, and we will start our equity advisory committee. I would be remiss if I did not thank the members of my team over time. One being the manager, Chidamawe Dakamawanda, who has been just a significant part of the work that we have been able to do since November. He is a former teacher and principal in Baltimore City, and then spent time at TFA, went to DC Public Schools, and now he is back home, and he is an incredible asset to our team. And over time, we've been fortunate enough to host fellows, Lisa Ann Tang, who we had last year, Sonia Dobbin, who's a Baltimore Core Fellow, who we had the pleasure of having with us for a year. We had another Lee Fellow from New Orleans. She's a 3rd-year teacher in New Orleans. And currently we have a fellow from Harvard Graduate School. So Commissioners, Dr. Santelises, thank you for your time this evening, allowing me to be able to provide an update, and certainly thank you for your support of our work and our team as we look to dismantle and disrupt systemic inequities and create new structures that will mean success for all of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Durant. It was very clear from your report, from the work that's happened this past year, that that is going to be key to the work that we need to do as we bring children back to school, as you said, in whatever format that might be. The issues around racial equity, especially in our city, are going to be important ones that we have to address. Any other comments from board members or questions before we move on?
Hi, this is Commissioner Brooks. And
Commissioner Brooks, go ahead.
Yep, Dr. Rand, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation. I am really happy to know in this public format that our work is really continuing to really live into what equity means, which is around various different dimensions of identities. And so right now, I know that we talked that this was really focused on racial equity this first year, but as you noted, as we continue to build out and build in staff capacity, we'll be able to do some additional work, especially supporting our LGBTQ students who are often left out and marginalized and unsupported in our city schools. That is coming from a person who was one of those queer kids growing up and now sitting on the board side as well. So I still know that we have a lot of improvement there, but I'm really excited about where we're going. And I'm really excited for the new 2 positions. And as we continue to build out this work, I'm looking forward to see the district continue to operate in its vision and values around ensuring that equity is central to our mission and vision. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Durant. Thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner Cheney.
Good. Board members, at this point, based on public comments, were there any additional items that you would like to pull from the consent agenda? If not, I'm going to move to look at that consent portion. If not, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved, Bandima.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Commissioner Chinya, I believe you need to remove the first 3 for Commissioner Sykes.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Could you do us a favor, Commissioner Cheney? Could you let us
repeat
know
the
which
ones
ones
that I
have been
removed
pulled?
again? You want me to repeat them again?
Yes, please.
The items that have been pulled are 8.01, 8.02, 8.03, 8.04, 12.03, 15.01, and 15.03. They've been pulled. And the motion is for those that have not been pulled. And it's been moved by Commissioner Bandima. Is there a second?
Second, Richardson.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson.
I think there's a question on the table.
Okay.
The question on the table is can we pull 12.04 and 12.05 for conversation along with 1901?
Commissioner James, go back because I'm really lost now. What are you adding to this?
12.04 and 05.
And what are we?
And
what
19.01. And the question is, the question for staff is, if we're looking at 600,000 for 12.04 and 3.3 million for 12.05 for career and college readiness, and 198,000 for credit recovery, does that match our pupil need?
So you want to know if these 3 items match the pupil need?
Correct. So do they match the percentages of students who are actually college bound versus the students that need credit recovery? I know we all want our students to be career and college ready, but is that the reality of where we are, and are we actually spending our money in an equity fashion?
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm gonna read one more time the items that have been pulled. 8.01, 8.02, 8.03, 8.04, 12.03, 12.04, 12.05, 15.01, 15.03, and 19.01. Now, with those aside, we have a motion and a second to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda. So those who are in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Thank you. Is Commissioner Frank, did he join?
I did, yes.
All right. Okay, thank you. Commissioner James Hassan?
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
And I'm in favor. And no opposed. So we have 9 in favor and no opposed. Okay, so the motion passes. I'm going to move to the next information item before I come back to the other items, if you don't mind. So we're going to now get the presentation on the recovery planning update. And then we'll come back to the other procurement items.
Do you have the phone number?
Thank you, Commissioner Chinya. I'm going to ask for, thank you, presentation. Excuse me, I'll first begin by saying how much I appreciate the continued feedback, questions from so many members of our community, and even some of the questions that were raised this evening that both myself and senior members of the central leadership team will address. I want to thank everyone for their feedback. I also want to give a big thank you to all of the staff, to the entire team who have just worked tirelessly to begin putting together a draft that will hopefully provide more of the specifics that we heard so much, not only this evening, but that we had heard previously. Our families, our staff, and our community need to hear. This is draft, but it is a draft that has been built on the desire for more detail from all members of our community. Tonight is not clearly a full written plan. That is due by August 14th, I believe, to the district, to the State Department. But what we do have tonight is more detail for families, for staff. I will begin, and then subsequently members of the cabinet, each of whom have led a minimum of one, if not multiple, of the work streams will also join in, giving more details. We look forward to getting some of the feedback from families, and there are a number of appendices at the close of this presentation, just because we wanted to make sure that we had some concise overview. So without further ado, we will begin. Here, what you see are really the overview of this presentation, what we will be addressing, questions that will be answered. I will begin with the introduction, context, and stakeholder agreement, and then pass them on to other chiefs who led bodies of work, as I just mentioned. So you'll see that we will, go ahead. That's all right, Jenny. You'll see the plan for returning to school, academics, operations, health and safety, employment, management and experience engaging families, and then what's next. Thank you, Jenny. Now, with regards to part one, I think it's important to, again, what this slide does is for those who were not here earlier, what it does do is provide the overview for the core principles that have guided our planning, as well as will guide the reopening of school decisions in the fall. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. What you'll see here is the three-phase framework. Phase one being virtual learning. That is how we the school year. You'll also see some discussion we'll have this evening about the possibility of including small groups of students in person as conditions permit, some of which we began this summer that was full choice option for families as well as for staff, but did give us a good amount and is continuing to give us insight into how we can still might be able to accommodate small groups of students in person, even during 100% virtual learning frame for the district. Phase two, as many are aware, would be a hybrid model, which is medium-term recovery. That is the mix of in-person and virtual learning. And there, as always, even when we eventually progress into the hybrid model, whenever that ends up being, there will always continue to be an option for families of 100% virtual learning. So moving to the hybrid model will not mean, nor does it mean, that all families will have the comfort to return, and that we will clearly be following health and safety measures per our local and national guidance. Phase three, that is when we get to the place where we can consider all of the factors, health factors, everything else. One that I know, as we heard from a variety of partners tonight and families, that we would love to get to quickly, but we will not be rushing the movement to phase three, as we know, given the change in the ebb and flow in the current health environment. Next. This is just a brief overview slide for folks to see that these are the 16 work groups that worked collaboratively, included cross-functional staff. You can see that from across the organization, so that in addition to staff, central staff, we also included teachers, principals, BTU identified representatives, and were really helpful. I do want to give a shout out to our parent organizations for really giving ongoing feedback, in some cases as part of work groups, but in all cases providing the family and parent perspective to some of our early thinking and continued thinking about what virtual learning, what hybrid learning needs to look like in order for it to be successful. Next slide. I also think that it is absolutely appropriate that Dr. Durant would have begun the informational session portion of the board meeting, because I do believe that the work we have done under Dr. Durant's leadership and her team, team of 1+ fellows, has really helped to lay the groundwork of prioritizing our recovery work with our Baltimore City Public Schools equity policy. So we have really worked to align our planning efforts with principles that are in line with our not only our equity policy, but frankly, an equity lens in all that we do. You'll see three major areas really highlighted here. First, our policy and program analysis, really making sure that we deliberately are identifying groups that could be adversely affected and frankly have already been adversely affected even in the initial shutdown. The second area is really how do we mitigate the disparities? It's one thing to analyze and declare that certain groups are left out, but part of the work and the charge that the team has taken, that I have taken, is that it's actually about mitigating disparities. To just talk about really doesn't make learning and life better for young people and their families. So a lot of our work is really how do we identify measures to really counteract some of the disparities that we all know exist and have been exacerbated. And then the third area, which continues to be a mainstay for us, and that is stakeholder engagement. The opportunity to connect and gain input from a diverse group of individuals. It is why even when we received survey results, we committed and have followed through on making those results available to the entire community. That was one of the things that I committed to very early, and that staff and myself really have worked and continue to make sure that the voices are heard. And all voices being heard, all stakeholders being engaged does not mean everybody thinks the same way. And I think one of the pieces about our stakeholder engagement is we really eschewed what we consider sometimes the blanket knee-jerk characterizations of whole groups of people to actually push for the nuance of where different stakeholders might think very similarly, as well as where different stakeholders might think differently. And so that has helped to inform both our decision to start the school year virtually, as well as any decisions we make moving forward, including some of the more detailed plans you'll see this evening. Next slide. This is a high-level timeline from April through July. This is just an overview that, again, folks can see here. I won't read through the entire timeline, but this just lets you know some of the major points that have occurred from April to July, kind of marking the trajectory of learning and work as we have put this plan, proposed plan in. Next slide. In terms of the stakeholder engagement overview, this just gives you a sample of how many organizations, various constituency groups from teachers and staff to families to students that have engaged. So the wonderful news in this is in many of these categories, we received far more feedback than we have in any other kind of time where we have asked this many stakeholders for their advice. The other piece I do want to just draw out with in addition to the regular touch points, as you can see on the left, is also the creation of a public health advisory committee. And while I have referenced this on occasion, I think it's important for the board to know, as well as for our staff and families to know, that when we say we are consulting with health professionals, we mean a cross-section of health professionals, everyone from our own Baltimore City Health Department. Dr. DeRaza and her team continue to be invaluable. We have also supplemented that, knowing how taxed she and her team are, to the wonderful efforts of a team of medical and public health professionals from Johns Hopkins University, from University of Maryland, as well as from Morgan State University, representatives who actually can help inform in very thoughtful ways and frankly, free of cost. They have lent their time because of their commitment to city schools to help us monitor and consider the health implications within the public context of schooling. Next slide. So one of the things that I think is important, we have shared this, I have shared this as well as other senior staff Chief Davis and others through the weekly CEO roundups and town halls with both staff and with families and other larger stakeholders. So here, what see here is that one of the things we thought that was very important, which is a big takeaway of this slide, is that stakeholders really advocated for families having a choice and how they will return. And that became very clear in terms of the choice. But responses were mixed, both within and across groups, on the comfort of returning to work on the part of staff, as well as the kind of in-person school that stakeholders were comfortable with. And so you can see here where there were areas where there was agreement and where there were areas where there might be some divergence. But one of the reasons, again, that we are beginning the school year virtually is because we knew from this kind of data that we had large percentages of stakeholder groups that at the very least needed to see more, experience more. I think that we heard a lot of that in public comment tonight. And so one of our key stakeholders was, again, a takeaway, was that we really tried to push on this idea of families having choice, but knowing that comfort level was going to vary. Next slide. Second major group, second major takeaway was that there was variation both within and across stakeholder groups on a preferred model for school opening. We did not, while we did not offer an all-person, everyone back to school, you'll see that there even was a very small percentage of families who wanted this option, but you can also see some of the variation between some kind of in-person learning models based on the over 16,000 families that we not only surveyed, but for those who could not access, as I think one of the young people actually shared during public comment, we knew that not all families would in fact be able to engage through a virtual platform to the survey. So to our family and community engagement team, our communication team, for really, frankly, hitting the pavement and having focus groups, particularly in zip codes and communities where we had underrepresentation of response to the virtual survey. We targeted those communities for in-person feedback, in-person ability to exchange and dialogue. But again, as you will see here, even within the POSIT polls, one of the things that is true is that there was not a uniform take on whether the district, whether families or school staff or school leaders, their feelings about all virtual, hybrid, or all in-person models. There was variation across the board. Next slide. So what I will do with that, now that we have an overview, I am going to invite our Chief of Schools, Chief John Davis, who has also been doing yeoman's work, also overseeing the academic offices, and ask him, I'll turn it over to him to run through the plan for returning to schools. Chief Davis? Oh, I'm sorry. He will begin with academics and instruction. Then we will, he will then pass it on for the following to additional members of cabinet for the remaining, I think Dr. Washington for operations, health and safety, and then the engagement piece to Chief Highcover. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Davis. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Santelises. Good evening, Board of School Commissioners, and good evening to all the public that are watching right now. I first, before we want to begin, just want to acknowledge the amount of people across our city schools community that have weighed in and given us feedback, but not just given us feedback, but been on the ground floor and creating what you're about to see. you're going to see a slide that might show, I'll say, a middle school schedule, or you might see a slide around student wholeness and our work and on our whole child office. But please understand that in every one of those, there's at least 15 people, and many times, many more that have vetted these types of plans and given feedback. And really, as Dr. Santelices said, while the opinions on different ways to move are quite varied, the level of commitment that we've seen across our district, across our teachers, across our school leaders, in our students that have given us feedback is really what I think is going to lead us to a successful start to the year. Everyone may not agree on some of this, but I will tell you the level of commitment that I have seen is really incredibly heartwarming. Even to the point that today in our town hall meeting, at the end of the town hall meeting, we had people emailing right away, giving even more advice and even more thoughts. And I think it is that commitment that then will translate to students in the way that we're going to start. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about the reopening plan. So as you can see here, right, and as we've made very clear, we're going to start in an all virtual situation, but we will move eventually to a hybrid model, right? Again, as Dr. Santelices said, we'll always have the option for families to transition to stay virtual if they need to. But at the same time, I want to be clear that as we move towards a hybrid situation, we're more than likely going to prioritize what you see on the right-hand side of the slide. We might prioritize our English language learners, our students with IEPs, students that haven't been engaging in the virtual realm, and then we might also prioritize particular grades, right? It is the early learners that I think might lose out most in this virtual space. We could also prioritize the 6th and 9th graders because those transition years are so important. And I say that because that is probably the right step to move forward whenever we go to a hybrid situation. Sure, it would be great to bring back half the students and do the AABB scheduling format that we've talked about a number of different times. But more than likely, what I want to make sure the public understands is if we begin to go back hybrid, we'll probably do it in small groups in some of the ways that you can see right there. Additionally, if we were to make that decision, whenever it is, right, we'll give appropriate amount of time for teachers and for staff members to transition appropriately into our schools. Let's keep on. So what you can see right here is a dashboard that's being developed through collaboration between city schools, the Baltimore City Health Department, and health experts from Johns Hopkins, Morgan State, and the University of Maryland. The goal and needs attention metrics that you see here, I want to be very clear, are not hard stops and hard starts. Instead, these are metrics that give us an indicator of where we are. This dashboard will be used by a committee that includes city schools, the Baltimore City Health Department, and health experts that will regularly monitor data and evidence about variability in transmission of the virus. These metrics are still in draft form. They're not finalized, but I do want people to understand that we're going to be looking at this type of data as we make decisions. Again, or additionally, the hotspot data will enable us to track individual neighborhoods in Baltimore as well to determine if a different response is warranted based on the neighborhood of a school or the neighborhoods where students who attend a given school live. We're working with our partners at the health department to determine what additional school level data we might track, right? We could track things around how students come in every day, and if there's going to be a survey and questions that they have to answer. And so as they come into the school, we might track their answers. We could track attendance. So we'll have some school level data to go with this type of data as we make decisions in the future. And so as people wonder how we'll make that decision, again, while there's no hard stops and starts here, I want people to know that we're taking a lot of information into consideration, and we've got a lot of partners helping us with that so that in the end, we make the right decision. Before we start talking about the instructional models, I want to talk about two definitions very quickly. And to be quite frank about it, when we discussed this a few months ago, there were a number of board commissioners that really knew these terms well and pushed us on it. And so with the public, I just want to be clear that sometimes in the virtual space, there will be synchronous learning or synchronous instruction. And it really means that the teacher is teaching to a group of students live. It seems simple, but I just want to be clear about that because we'll use that in our presentation. But the opposite of that, if you will, is kind of asynchronous instruction. And again, it's kind of a general term, but what it really means is that the instruction by the teacher and the learning by the student do not occur at the same time. And there will be times when we set aside time for asynchronous instruction. Sometimes students did that in the spring when they went into Google Classrooms and took an assignment. And then sometimes it was synchronous when it's live teacher to students. So we'll just use those definitions a lot, and I wanted to be very clear about it. Additionally, you'll probably see things around office hours, right? I'm going to present a schedule for different grade bands here in just a minute, and eventually you'll see some office hours, right? And the office hours are really meant to denote times when parents can work with teachers around assignments that might be difficult for their child. Students can call up to parents and make sure that there's some one-on-one attention that's given, right? These can be check-ins. A school leader might have their teacher go through a number of families every day so that in the end we can reach out to all students. So I just want people to know that there will be time in the schedule for teachers to do these types of office hours. We heard that they were very positively used in the spring, and we kind of want to make that as formal as possible while making sure that teachers have time for their normal lesson planning and the like. So let's dive into the virtual learning model. But what I want to say first is you're going to see it in grade bands, right? You're going to see it in pre-K, kindergarten, you'll see 1st through 5th, you'll see the middle grades, and you'll see high school. And you will see a ramping up of time that is synchronous learning for the teacher with a group of students. And what we had to really balance was how much time do we really think students can spend in front of a computer and not lose interest and stay engaged. And so you'll see a smaller amount of time with our youngest students, and then you'll see it begin to ramp up till we get to our adolescent years. Let's start with pre-K. Obviously, pre-K, our youngest students are going to have the least amount of time in online instruction, right? The most is 110 minutes in a given day. You can see that there's synchronous math, synchronous small group instruction, some asynchronous work, and we'll also be working with our families. So at home, there's some hands-on learning projects. There are some packets or projects that we can give to our pre-K students, and that we'll also work with our families so that they understand what purposeful play is, so that in the end, the day is not just in front of a computer for students. You're going to, especially for our youngest students, you're going to see this type of really important components for every type of grade band, because I want the public to know that we're trying to be very thoughtful about the different subjects and the synchronous way that we're going to want teachers and students to interact on a day-by-day basis. Let's go to kindergarten. Kindergarten goes up to about 160 minutes. Right, you can see some of the same times as pre-K, but you can also see some additional math small group instruction and some additional language arts small group instruction. A lot of the small group instruction are things that we are getting better at, but frankly, we need to even increase our ability to fully implement a small group model where every teacher is really proficient at it. We're going to have professional development around small group moving forward, and some teachers already knocked this out of the park. We've already seen teachers that know how to break up their students, monitor them and check them, and then work with a small group, either with their paraprofessional that they're teamed up with, or with other members in the school community. And I say that because, again, our youngest learners are going to need that small group time as much as anything. And so when you see this, right, you can see the schedule is mostly in 20 and 30-minute increments. And then there's a larger block of time at home when we provide some asynchronous work for our families to work with our kindergarten students. Let's go to grades 1 through 5. And now it begins to be a little bit traditional with respect to the type of instruction that you see. You can see science and social studies, you see math, you see ELA, and you can see that it gets up to about 230 minutes. And again, 230 minutes ends up being just under 4 hours. And I think for 3rd through 5th graders, we really think that they can do that. I think it might be something that we're going to have to check with our 1st and 2nd graders. But in the end, right, their instruction, especially on the foundational skills, are going to be very, very important. That's why you see that 60 minutes around synchronous English language arts, right? And there'll be a focus on the foundational literacy skills. I don't want us to go back, but if you do go back, you're going to see words like Heggerty and foundations, and those are terms that really talk about the early literacy curricula that we use around phonemic awareness, phonics. In pre-K, it gets down to 1 letter a week that we're going to make sure students know. But then as we ramp that up and as we get farther along in the curriculum, we get into grades 1 through 5, we got to make sure that it's not just the foundational skills, but that our wit and wisdom curriculum begins to get in there as well. Again, you can see additional small group time at the end. And I think another thing I want to point out right now is you've probably already seen the SEL check-ins and the optimistic closure, right? And again, we saw we saw our teachers really lean into our social emotional learning. I think out of everything that happened in the spring, it was our teachers that took the resources that we provided, the themes for the week, those quick activities, and incorporated it into their lessons. We want to make sure that happens every day. We want to make sure that the day starts off well and that there's an optimistic closure at the end. Our teachers even were at the point where they were emailing me asking, hey, where is this? Where is that? I thought it would be available today. And in the spring, it really took on a life of its own. It's been a pillar of our blueprint, but a lot of times in this different space, in this virtual space from the spring, there have been just different aspects that have grown, and social emotional learning is one, and that's why you see it in the schedule for our grade levels. Let's go ahead and go to the sample student schedule. In the appendix, there's a sample student schedule and a sample teacher schedule for every one of these grade bands. But for a second, I just want to show you the sample student schedule. From the previous slide where you saw the minutes, this would be how potentially a school day would look like for a student in grades 1 through 5, right? They would start off in the morning meeting, they would go to ELA instruction, they would have math instruction, there would be a whole group component of ELA and math, and then there would be some kind of type of breakout or small group, right? Schools and teachers will figure out the appropriate amount of breaks inside of a schedule. And I'm saying that because, again, as we've said a number of times, we've seen different ways and different opinions in this whole virtual space. As I spoke with one teacher, that teacher talked about how they are departmentalized, and the math teacher working with the ELA teacher really didn't have a break between the two, and they just switched places at a given time to make sure that they kept the students' interests, and they made the transition really quick. But on the other hand, there might be times when you need to give students a 5-minute break. So we'll let the schools and the teachers determine that, but in the end, we want to make sure that there's an hour of instruction for ELA and the appropriate amount of instruction for the rest of the classes. You can see there's always a 45-minute lunch period, or lunch break, I should say now, and then there'll be related arts classes. There'll be additional small groups. Again, you see the optimistic closure, and then after school, there'll be asynchronous time. Those are also times when the student could potentially work additionally with the teacher, or maybe a family member wants to call a teacher and work as well. So there's different aspects that we can work that time for. And some of our students that need additional services, that's a good time for them to receive it as well. Let's take a look at a teacher schedule, which is similar to the student schedule, right? This assumes a teacher that is teaching the different subject areas, and you can see for the most part, it is similar, but at the end of the day, right, they're always going to have their individual teacher planning time. They're always going to have time for academic planning, professional development, right? A lot of the things that teachers have in their contract and are just frankly good practices, like making sure they've got their individual teacher planning time, we're going to make sure are part of their schedule moving forward. And then there's usually additional time for the office hours, for their IEP meetings, right? For their SST meetings. And so we wanted to incorporate that in there so that we can have a full day and provide the best resources we can for our students and our families. So again, you can kind of see a teacher's schedule mirrors the students in kind of the synchronous learning, and then it adds on their planning periods, it adds on office hours, it adds on potential other development sessions as well. And that'll be a combination of school level work and potentially district level professional development. Again, as we look at the middle grades schedule, as we make this plan available to everyone, there are teacher and student sample schedules in the appendix. I just want to remind people of that one more time. And when we get to the middle grades, it becomes a little bit more traditional, right? We think we can get up to about 315 minutes of time. And you can see that in the end, these are the core subjects, and then you have your related arts, right? Again, we've learned so much from the spring and also, frankly, from the summer. And what you usually hear is something around 45 minutes or a little bit less. If it's a really good lesson, that will hold students' attention in this space. And if we can do that for 45 minutes, then we can break out where students can do independent work, or there can be small group or potentially personalized learning as well. So we think that 45 minutes right now is a pretty good sweet spot. And then there's some additional time for the synchronous work in the ways that you can see on the slide. So again, we're going to start in this direction for middle grades. And then as we get to high schools, this is kind of the upper tier that we think that we can hold students' attention. So when you take a look at a high school schedule, you can see that it's broken down into periods, right? And that is kind of standard across our high schools. You can see that most of them would be about 65 minutes, so it's a little bit longer than the middle school. Our high schools do have varying schedules, and I just want to point that out. So there could be high schools that run a 4x4 day where they have 4 periods one day and 4 the next, and those periods will be longer in length, right? And so there'll be some flexibility there around our high schools just because of the differing schedules. But again, what I do want to point out is that we really think that the whole group part can be about 45 minutes for our adolescent learners. And then we can break that out into independent work as well. Sometimes we hear from the public, am I going to have my normal classes? Am I going to be able to get my graduation requirements? Absolutely, right? The teams behind the scene are running regular schedules like they have before. Again, the time is a little bit less than it would have been in a normal school day, but we think that this is the sweet spot between what students can take and be successful and still get learning out of this virtual platform. I want to also point out that our high school team, again, right, there were many people that worked on these teams that were employees that worked in our high schools, teachers, our administrators, assistant principals. And what they really advocated for was a different type of Wednesday. And so we're really calling this a Wednesday lab-based schedule where there are intervention blocks. The morning would be time for high school teachers to kind of get some of those things that we saw on the elementary school end, right, around intervention team meetings, right, grade level meetings. We could also do different types of virtual engagement sessions with high school teachers. So there's a little bit of time for teachers in the morning, and then we're going to have intervention blocks. And this will be something that high schools will work with students to make sure we're giving them the interventions, especially around ELA and math, that they need. But it can also be a time, we've done a lot of work in the past year around college and career readiness. Our students have individualized plans around college and career readiness, and we have to keep that going. The virtual space will not let us stop that, right? Our students, when we get out of this virus, still need to go to college and be successful. And there's got to be time set aside for those individualized plans so that students can look to the future. And then there's, there's additional ideas around college and career readiness, around school counseling, around making sure that that each student is checking in with their counselor and potentially checking in with the person who does their individualized school plan. So as issues arrive in virtual learning, right, we can remediate them and go past those obstacles. So those intervention blocks are going to take kind of different realms depending on the needs of students. But what I want to call out is we're doing that Wednesday differently because, again, this is what our high school folks believe is going to be successful for our young people. And it just gives them that extra time that we think that they're going to need. Even though we're going to start virtual, I do want to take just a second and talk about the hybrid learning model. We don't have a lot of slides about this, but I do want to show you a sample elementary schedule. And again, the hybrid approach would be when we've got a small group of students coming back, right? In the example we talked about maybe 12 slides ago, let's say we bring back our first graders, right? Because that's a very important reading grade. And if we were to bring them back, this could be the type of schedule that they would see in person. And when you see this, it can be a little bit confusing when you look at the top of the chart, right? A cohort A on Monday and Tuesday would be in person, and that they would run through kind of a normal schedule that you would see in person. The difference is you can see that we always put in health and safety protocols at the beginning and then throughout the day to make sure students are washing their hands, to make sure that, before we go to lunch, that any protocols have to be established. And in the end, we just want to be as safe as possible, even within the schedule, and calling that out. I'm showing everyone that because we've done some work around the hybrid model. We're not going to show our middle school and high school one, but it is somewhat similar. Because again, in the hybrid model, you're going to be at school for a couple of days. And then you can see on the right-hand side, cohort B would be in person while cohort A would be at home. If you take a look at the left-hand side of this, you're also going to see a note that I want to call out. Really, two notes, if you will, in the bottom left-hand corner. Because at home, students would be working asynchronously, right? We will work very hard to have a synchronous part of the day. So again, a student comes in on Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday, they do some asynchronous work while they're at home, and there could be some small group check-ins. And then on Thursday and Friday, while the other group is in, they're at home. But what I want the public to know is when they're at home, there'll be some type of synchronous check-in, but there won't be the same type of deep teaching that there was in person. There'll be assignments, there'll be personalized learning, right? And let me be clear, when I say personalized learning, there are programs out there that our families might be used to called iReady. Some people have used Lexia. There's a number of them out there, and we'll make them available for students so that they can continue the learning, but it'll be based on where they are in their curriculum and in their skills for reading and math. So again, there'll be opportunities at home beyond what the teacher provides in the in-person standpoint. The last one, if you see in the bottom left-hand corner, I want to be very honest that really the goal is to move to a model where teachers can access or students can access the teacher's instruction while at home. And right, that gets a little complicated, but we would like to get to a point where it doesn't matter if the student is at home or if the teacher is at home. If the teacher is at the school building teaching, right, that there is a camera there watching them. And in the end, the student at home can still access the learning. And if the teacher is someone who is compromised because they're in a high risk category, they can potentially teach from home, and even the students at school can learn. So it still would be hybrid in that half the kids would come in, but we want to try to get to that goal of allowing day-by-day instruction and making it live as opposed to the hybrid model where there's always 2 or 3 days where it will not be live. That is a goal that we have. We have a long way to get there. I don't want to lie about that. at the same time, I do want people to know that even though you see these plans, we're continually trying to refine them and figure out a better way. And that potentially could be a better way. What you saw previously in those slides were really around the instructional models and the schedules that we will begin to work with principals and leadership teams on starting next week. But I do want to kind of transition to kind of our programmatic themes and some of the things we're doing that will undergird those schedules. You can't see all the work in the schedules like you're going to see in some of these programmatic slides. And I just want to call out specific parts to them. For instance, one of the things that we are very determined about is to accelerate student learning. And acceleration in this sense means that we know there was learning loss last spring. We cannot kid about that. We have to be honest about it. But we do need to make sure, and we've done the work behind the scenes, to line up where there was learning loss, to line up where the curriculum was not covered, to make sure that that is embedded in the next year's curriculum, because we want to assure grade level content moving forward. But we know if we're given grade level content and we missed something last spring, that we're going to have to embed that in. That is really what we're accelerating through. And we're not going to rush through it. We're going to give students the time. That's why you saw those small breakout groups. That's why you see personalized learning, right? If there's a prerequisite skill that a student needs, we have to make sure we hit that, but we hit that with the grade level work. What we don't want to do is keep pushing kids behind farther and farther because people are just going to say that they can't do it because they missed last spring, right? We do have to make sure that we accelerate from the learning loss, but at the same time, we have to give students grade level work. We will be developing our teachers on this, but what I want people to know most importantly is we've worked with our curriculum partners to line up where that learning loss is with the new grade level content. Again, that's a lot of work behind the scenes that teachers will then see. I mean, there were teachers, I can't remember if it was today or I think it was today, that asked, when are we going to see the scope and sequence? Because they already want to see how this is happening. And they will begin to see it here in the next couple of weeks so that we've got an established curriculum that can accelerate through the learning. You can see some of the additional parts to this, but I also want to point out that we're trying to push on an academic mentorship program as well. Some of the training for our mentors has started this week, but we really are going to try to push for as many mentors and as many mentees as possible that are college-based. So especially in our 9th grade, where we know students are really at most risk to drop out, that'll be the kind of sweet spot, if you will, where we will prioritize all of that academic mentorship. Let's talk about assessment for a bit, right? There's really 3 forms of assessment. A lot of these are not necessarily new, right? There are diagnostic assessments, there are formative assessments, and then there's also summative assessments. We've worked hard to make sure that we can do this online during virtual learning, right? Some of them we would rather do in a hybrid space, but we've worked with our ELA and math partners, right? You will hear us talk about Wit and Wisdom, which is our English language arts curriculum. You will hear us talk about Eureka, which is our math curriculum. And in the end, right, we've worked with them so that we've got some of the same assessments, because frankly, we have to know where kids are at, right? We have to give, and I think what I want to point out the most are the 10 to 15 minute short cycle assessments, because what we will develop teachers on is after a number of lessons to give those small assessments and then make changes on a day-by-day basis. That's very much, you know, I kind of want to say inside baseball for teachers, and the good ones do this very well, but we have to make sure we can do that in a virtual space with these types of assessments so that we can make changes and give students what they need in those small groups. That's exactly what our professional development is going to be around, these types of assessments and the curriculum we just talked about. Let's keep going. I want to talk for just a minute about some of our supports for English language learners. First, I want to point out that as we consider bringing back groups, English language learners, along with the group that I'll talk about next, are some of the first groups we will consider to bring back. We want to make sure that if there is live instruction, if we begin to go in a hybrid model, we ensure that our English language learners have absolutely every chance to succeed. A couple of things that I want to point out to you is that, as we get newcomers and as we have English language learners at multiple proficiency levels, we are going to make sure that there are additional supports, including different lessons that we have found online. Some of them come from YouTube, some of them come from other programs, but we will make sure those are available. We'll make sure headsets are available for students so that there are opportunities where their oral language can increase. So just like you see changes in our curriculum, we've got to change what we're doing with our English language learners, and we're beginning to make strides with that, right? And we're going to be ready for, the beginning of the year. I also want to point out some of the supports for families, right? You can see that in the bottom part of the slide, right? We're going to have additional access and tools to support interpretation and translation. But really what we've got to do is we've got to have more workshops to help families understand and support distance learning. Right? We've got to make ourselves more available. We've been making ourselves available through the town halls, but now we got to get down to families, especially families that we really want to prioritize to make sure they can access the virtual space just like any other family can. Some of the work we did over the spring, while it was very successful, it just took too long to get to some of our families, and we cannot wait, right? We've done a lot of work over the summer already to knock on students or to knock on families' doors that weren't engaged, and we have to prioritize our English language learners in that same type of way. Again, another group that we might bring in first around hybrid, and I think it makes sense, are students with disabilities, right? Especially in the education space, they can be some of our most vulnerable students. And there's a lot of work that has already happened in what I'll call the nuts and bolts way of administering or creating an IEP, right? I mean, you can see some of the notes down here. We will have virtual assessments, right? We'll have virtual and telephonic IEP meetings. We did some of that in the spring and we were successful at it. So we'll continue to do that. Where I really think we've got to make strides and where we're really trying to push is what are the different instructional techniques that we can use in this virtual space. An example of this is, for instance, some home and hospital models have been really successful. And in the end, some home and hospital models end up coming down to one-on-one tutoring. And we got to see if we can do that with some of our students with IEPs that are our most vulnerable. So we're going to try to take some of our best practices in other places and, not just go through the standard way of a special educator working with a general educator. We're going to knock that out and do that well too, but we've got to look beyond that. I think another area that has been a focus for last year, and it will continue this year, is around early literacy. Because when we can really reduce the number of students that are behind grade level in early literacy, their chances of success overall improves, but also their chances of even needing special ed services greatly reduces. And we've got to professionally develop our special educators in that realm to make sure that they can provide services to our youngest learners so that in the end, the special education services are lessened or really not needed. And frankly, as they get older, even into the adolescent stage, we've got to make sure that our teachers understand that as well. Another area that I think we can improve upon is really with our paraprofessionals. Our paraprofessionals are another great resource that work incredibly well with our students with IEPs. And our professional development with them will improve in August so that they can do some of that one-on-one work, so that they can do some of that small group work, so to make sure that they've got the devices that they need as paraprofessionals to succeed with our students with IEPs. So those are just some of the things that we are doing and really thinking through to increase our educational work, our instructional work, if you will, with our kids with IEPs. Let's talk a little bit about technology, right? We've already, just like it says, over 20,000 Chromebooks have been distributed to date. What I don't know if the public always knows there's always groups here in Baltimore City that we've really been having additional outreach to. Our homeless students, our special ed students, right? We've used different networks that we have with our homeless liaisons, for instance, to make sure that students that do not have computers, that we get to them one way or another. And you don't really see that all the time, but behind the scenes that has been happening. And it may not be a bunch of the 20,000, but it definitely is happening. And I need people to know that. I mean, the advocates around homelessness and have pushed us in that. And frankly, I appreciate it, because we've got to make sure we get again into our most vulnerable students. I said on today's town hall that if we know of students that do not have computers, you got to let us know. We've given out more than 20,000 and we've got more along the way. You can see that we've ordered another 25,000, but in the end, every child's got to have that. Our schools did a wonderful job of making sure that they passed out computers to students that needed it in the spring, but my feeling is that there are more. And we cannot have one child without a computer that needs it. A lot of our families do have computers, so let's be honest about that. And for families that don't need the computers, we shouldn't be, they don't need it. But at the end, the students and the families that do, we've got to continue to hit that incredibly hard. Probably the other thing I would really like to point out around this is really about kind of the hot spots that are there, right? We absolutely will continue to encourage families to sign up for the Comcast Essentials. That's really a big deal. We've already purchased hotspots and we've got a mesh network underway, right? We know it's more than just the computers. And so we're trying to tackle that, and we'll continue to tackle that in a really positive way. Let's go to CTE instruction. Again, CTE instruction, I just want to be very clear, is going to be difficult. I wish it was easy, but it will absolutely not be easy, right? The hands-on component of CTE is going to be very, very hard in a virtual space, right? We're going to make sure that we've got, that our curriculum for CTE is adapted so that in the end, we're still preparing students for certification and the skills that they need. We're going to prioritize, and again, a lot of this prioritization happened in the spring as well, but we will continue to do that in the summer. We will prioritize students that need additional laptops, and if they need computers with greater processing power, then we'll make sure that they have that. And again, right, the curricular resources and the professional learning communities will make sure that we've got that so that our students can kind of lean into it. In a hybrid session, and I'll speak to that just for a second, we'll use something called a flipped model, right? Where in the end, the instruction happens during the virtual days. And then when students come into school, they will of course be using those days to do all of their hands-on work, right? And so that model will work well in a hybrid space, and it'll work well with the CTE curriculum additionally. And so again, I think CTE is going to be hard. We're going to continue to look for innovative ways. I kind of have dreams, if you will, of like virtual CTE work if we could get there. But to be quite honest, right, we've got a little bit more work to do to make sure we can provide that. We do, again, want to just ensure that students have every opportunity to get their certification and skills for employment, and that is what the focus will continue to be. I talked a little bit about school counseling previously, and I just want to be clear that in the end, this doesn't change a lot in the virtual space. Sure, it won't be face-to-face, but the virtual school counseling, the individual student plans that we've created will absolutely continue. Our focus on ninth graders will absolutely continue. None of that will change. And so there's nothing necessarily new on this slide. I just need to know, I just need for all the high school parents out there and the middle school parents as well to know that we will make sure that our counselors are still providing the type of guidance that they have in the past, and that the student plans, frankly, are going to be in year 2 where all students will end up having those. We had about, I think, 4 of the 7 secondary grades that did individual student plans last year, and now we'll ramp that up to all grades this year. Again, the ninth grade work will take even a greater importance. When you see the on track to graduate work, what that means is we really follow students. I don't even want to say quarter by quarter. I kind of want to say week by week or month by month to make sure as students begin to fall behind, our grade level teams know that and begin to have interventions. When you see that intervention block that we talked about in the high schools, that intervention block will be very important as we see students that begin to fall behind in the 9th grade, okay, right? And we will not stop in our virtual way, just like we did not stop in person. Like the school counseling, there's a slide on grading, but the truth is it's not going to change, right? It changed in the spring where we showed a lot of grace and mercy and tried to be fair with students. But as we ramp this up, we will go back to our pre-pandemic grading policy, right? It's a combination of formative assessments, summative assessments, and then the classwork, participation, and homework that we had previously, right? And so we will be holding students accountable for doing the work. And we know that this is really just the second or third year, I might be getting my years mixed up, of this new grading policy. So we still need to go back to it and continue to refine and tweak it. But for the most part, the grading policy will remain the same. Let's keep going. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think the part of the spring that got the most attention from teachers and where they leaned in incredibly well was around our wholeness, culture, social emotional learning work. We will continue to do work with our staff because quite honestly, they've gone through a lot as well. We've got to give them opportunities to process the experiences and emotions. And like I said, if I go back to the end of the school year when we had those days of professional development, there were so many teachers that really threw in and got additional development at the end of the year. And again, as someone who taught in city schools for 10 years, sometimes the end of the year kind of wanes off. But our teachers leaned in, and there were over 24,000 sessions. A lot of those were around social emotional learning. We will continue that professional development. And the whole child office has been working really hard with some of our teachers over the summer to create really week by week plans for different grade bands. That is a ton of work that you see behind the scenes, but those will be resources and activities that teachers can do with students that you saw in the schedule to begin with. Like I said before, you saw the schedules to begin with, but behind the scenes, we're going to make sure that we've got the resources so that teachers can be successful with their students. Some of the SEL work with students, you can see there, there'll be virtual back to school activities, but we also know that we have got to give space for students to reflect on and discuss the racial issues that have always been a part of our country, frankly, but have even grown and have been really a part of what we've all experienced for the last few months. We will give students space and time for that. We also have some additional curricular resources as well. Like I said, there'll be daily wholeness activities. You saw that in the schedules as well. And then we'll also have videos that highlight the SEL strategies. Because again, students just need to see other students and potential ways to navigate their emotions in school. We also want to have an aspect that goes around with families. So we'll have on-site and virtual welcome sessions and then virtual gatherings throughout the year. I'll talk for a minute now on the mental health and wraparound supports, right? Again, when we talk about mental health and wraparound supports, we're really talking about our social workers, our psychologists that are in our schools, and we'll continue to work with them so that sometimes they have to pull out students and give them give them particular services, but also to make sure that they can step into classrooms at times, observe students in the virtual classroom, and really be there as a partner like they are in the normal realm, in the normal traditional brick and mortar. Right? We're also going to work hard to kind of strengthen our coordination. There'll be different mental health kind of liaisons at schools that we want to have just to make sure we bring people together so that we're talking about student services in that way. The wraparound supports you can kind of see on the right-hand side. We've got to have additional efforts, especially for students that are experiencing homelessness. But at the same time, right, some of the supports are going to be around unaccompanied youth, right? Newly homeless families and families that have just different types of barriers. So again, I think the schools team is what we have to continue to develop and wrap our hands around our students as they go through this space, right? I think we did that at the drop of a dime, but we're going to try to be and will be way more coordinated with our mental health supports on the school level moving forward. Again, we got to talk about attendance, right? But I will tell you, attendance isn't going to change from the traditional way we take attendance, right? We're going to be expected to document that every single day. We'll document in our system, which is called Infinite Campus. And then when we have students that are not present, that the goal is really to figure out why and to reach out with them, right? That is, we've had a lot of outreach this spring and summer when students weren't engaging, and we got to do that really on a daily basis. So attendance, again, kind of like counseling, it will be the same. We'll make sure that we take attendance and we expect every child to be online every day. Two aspects of extracurricular and enrichment opportunities I want to bring to everyone's attention. First of all, we're just going to have a district resource page, and we're going to try to provide as many resources as possible so that in the virtual space, when the day is done, a student can go there and maybe access something that really interests them. What we are going to try to figure out is there a way to bring in groups at the end of the day in small groups, right? And how to do that safely. Right, I don't know how quickly we can get to that, but we do want to give guidance to schools around that way so that it's not just virtual, but maybe there would be some in-person opportunities as well. As we begin to move into bringing in small groups, there could be a small group extracurricular opportunity as well. And that then leads us to athletics. Even though it's the last point, I want to just say it right now, our fall sports will be postponed. We have to work with our state, and we will continue to work with our state athletic association. They're the ones who create the seasons. And so if by postponing it, we will have to wait and see if there will be a new season. There are some states that have already said they're going to move the fall season to the spring or something along those lines. We know that we're not going to be able to run games in the fall, so we're going to go ahead and postpone it. At the same time, though, we're going to work hard to have voluntary conditioning activities, right? We're going to have strict guidelines about this, and folks will have to go through training, but we do want to provide that for our teams. And you can see it'll be after school, outside only, and strict rules around this. So we're working towards that with the September 8th idea. And we'll be working with our schools on this to see if we're able to do this in a safe environment. The academic support will continue like we've done before, and the focus supports around advising for seniors that want to pursue college careers will continue that. A lot of those things happened in the brick and mortar world, and they will happen in the virtual space as well. And with that, I believe I'm transitioning to Dr. Lynette Washington.
Thanks, Chief Davis. Good afternoon, good evening, Board of Commissioners. So I want to start off the operations health and safety piece by saying that the district definitely recognized that the health and safety of our staff, our students, and the concerns of our parents is paramount. And I think that given COVID-19, a lot of the challenges that the district has grappled with our facilities and those different things has put a spotlight on a lot of these different efforts. And so as I talk through this presentation, the first couple of slides are going to be on the health and safety components and the various things that the operation team has been working on, which has been a cross collaboration with internal offices, with various work groups that represented various teachers and principals and other advocates who have been a part of this work. And then also the external partners that Dr. Santelises talked about in her opening statements with the Public Health Advisory Committee. And so it's been a lot of work, time, attention, and efforts to make sure that our students are coming into a space that's safe for them. And so whether it's the phase one where we're having small groups or the hybrid model. And so a lot of the next two slides are actually going to talk about that. So if we can move to the next two slides. One of the things I also want to highlight is that as we begin to open our school buildings up for small groups, particularly for the summer in-person groups, we started by developing a standard operating procedure. And so this was done previously for our 18 feeding sites and when some of our staff came back into our buildings. But for this one, we made it specifically to address small groups that were coming back into the building in person with also our staff. The standing operating procedure, I say, is a living document because it's going through further development as it's being consistently vetted with the Public Health Advisory Committee, vetted through our working groups around the health and safety for our schools and facilities. So it's ongoing and it's still being developed. And one of the things I'm going to say for the next two slides, these are various components that were included within the standing operating procedure. And that's going to serve as the base for all of the other standing operating procedures that we're going to develop across the district as we begin to open up our buildings for small spaces and then also for small groups and then for the hybrid model. And so I'm going to only just highlight just a couple of those areas in the interest of time. So for the first one is that, yes, we took in consideration all of the feedback that we received during the town hall meetings, during the surveys about how our families felt safe coming back into our buildings. So the 6 feet physical distancing, social distancing, which is guidance that had been given out by CDC. It's been evolving, but that is something that we're sticking to within our buildings. And it's something that we are actually implementing for the in-person summer program. The other element that I want to highlight is the PPE, the personal protection equipment that we will be providing to our staff and also to our students. It is the face covering and also the shield in situations where we may have students who just can't wear a mask because of their physical conditions or medical conditions that allow them, that they just can't do it. And so we are providing also face shields. The other thing I want to highlight is the cleaning. I think that this is something that has been discussed significantly across the board in the industry and among health professionals about the cleaning and disinfecting of spaces, particularly surface spaces within our buildings. And so we are, as we note here on the slide, using EPA approved disinfectants. But I think one of the things that I want to flag is the importance of the frequency of the cleaning. And that is something that we provide clear guidance in the standard operating procedure document and also training too that we're given for our custodians and any of our other staff that will be disinfecting and cleaning our buildings. I think that the other thing that's also important to note is that the district is also looking at ways that we can supplement and support our schools where they may not have supplies, and also looking at the staffing, because we did an assessment of all of our schools and noted that there may be some schools that don't have the appropriate custodial to square footage ratio. And so we're looking at ways that we can continue to support those schools and also supplement in terms of that staffing. And I think the other thing I want to highlight on this particular slide is also a lot of the signage and the physical marking. This is something that we're also implementing within our summer in-person programming that's happening now, where we are marking where desks should go so that people understand the 6 feet distance. And I think that even within the summer programming, we're allowing for even more than 6 feet between our desk spaces, giving them markings of how they should walk through the hallway space. This is, again, very detailed out within the standard operating procedure guidance document. So we can go to the next one. Here, one of the things that we're also highlighting for our buildings is around access to our buildings. We want to make sure that people understand that we are restricting visitors in our buildings, and then actually how people travel in and out of the building is also very important and something that we're highlighting. We're also highlighting a lot of the training and the simulation. I think that is also important by educating our staff and folks who would be going in and out of our buildings about just social distancing protocols and process that we are implementing within our buildings. Another area is around the screening and temperature checks. This is something that, again, we have the opportunity to implement this during our summer in-person learning that we're doing as people are entering, our students are entering and staff are entering the building. And it's something that we're discussing of how we develop it across the district and also for our administrative offices. And I think the last thing that I just want to highlight for this slide is around the air filters. We are doing upgrades in all of our buildings with air filters in from one level, which is our traditional level, to a higher grade level, looking at all of our federal and also our state regulations and standards, just to make sure that we're in compliance. The filters are for the AC buildings, and we're also looking at a number of different protocols and process that we can use for our non-AC buildings to make sure that we're circulating air. Go to the next slide. As we talk about the various health and safety protocols that we're doing, space planning is also something that's very important too. Within space planning, it is a conversation and a discussion around ensuring that social distancing is happening in every single teaching space within our building and all of the support spaces where our students may be using, like the cafeteria space. And so this has been another area where we've had a significant heavy lift. There has been a lot of conversations and engagement that has been happening also within this conversation with the public health advisory group and with a lot of other external groups about how we assess how many students can be held within a particular building and ensuring that we're also, practicing social distancing and that desks are 6 feet apart and all of those additional other spaces where children and staff are going to be moving. And so here is where within the hybrid model is where we actually go into a lot more detail with it. So while our students are doing virtual learning during that period of time, administrators will also be working with the district office to go through each and every single one of their spaces and ensuring that they can do social distancing within that space, ensuring that 6 feet between desks are going to happen in every single space. We're developing training materials and videos and also to inform our administration of how to do it within their individual buildings. And then in the end, we are going to review a final plan for every single building in the district to ensure that they're able to comply with social distancing. So we can go to the next one. So there's another piece around transportation because we're also doing social distancing on buses too. And so here, we are going to be mandating that everyone wears face masks that can wear face masks. And in situations where our students cannot, because transportation does transport about I would say more than 75% of our students do have IEPs, they have special needs. And so for those students who cannot wear masks, our staff will be wearing face shields. Here, we're going to actually also be doing cleaning, just like we're going to be doing with our facilities. So cleaning is going to happen between every bus route and then extensive cleaning at the end of the day. We're training, doing a lot of in-service training with our staff, our bus staff now. And there's also training that's happening with students on just how you wear a mask and wearing it appropriately. And then the other thing that I think is going to be significantly different in terms of transportation is the fact that we're only going to allow one student per seat on a bus. And in situations where we have capacity, then we're going to be saying every other seat. And only in situations where the two students are related or within the same household will we allow more than one student to be on the bus. And in the additional note section, there are a couple of areas that I just want to highlight because it may have impacts on our families. So here, because we have capacity challenges, the first capacity challenge is the fact that we're social distancing on the bus. The other capacity challenges is also going to be the fact that on our cabs, we can no longer have more than one child on a cab. So that means one child on a cab unless they're siblings or they're from the same household. So this is going to reduce our capacity significantly in terms of transportation. And then we also have the challenge of the transportation staff coming back too. So with that, we are going to be reducing our curb-to-curb service, and that's the majority of our service in transportation outside of our corner-to-corner routes for our swing space buses. So we're going to be reducing a lot of our curb-to-curb services, particularly for students who can walk to a corner in order to get the bus. I think the other thing that is important to note is that if we have to get to the position of having to prioritize, we would prioritize our students with special needs that have the IEP and also those that are medically fragile. I think that it's also important that there are some practices that we did that may not have been a requirement. And so one of them is allowing siblings to ride the bus, even though they may not qualify for transportation. Again, given capacity challenges that we're having, we won't be able to allow siblings who do not qualify for transportation to ride those buses. And lastly, we've been having ongoing conversations with MTA about the capacity of their buses. Given that MTA is also experiencing a budget cut in the upcoming year, we've been having conversations with them about what happens if our students are having very long wait times at bus stops because there's social distancing happening on buses. So for MTA buses, there are no folks will not be able to stand on the bus. And so again, that's going to have impacts on capacity. And so we have agreed with the MTA that we would continue to monitor routes, and routes where there's high levels of congestion that's happening, MTA would do some modifications. So we can go to the next one. And so the next slide is about a little bit different about meals and food distributions. I will say that Food and Nutrition were one of the first offices that developed an SOP in order to start the 18 feeding sites, ensuring that they were practicing safe practices as they operated their sites. And so some of the common areas was around heavily, more frequently cleaning and safety protocols, doing even reconfiguration of spaces just to ensure that there was enough space for preparation sites and also for distribution, and then also making sure that they limited some of the interaction between staff and families when they were running the 18 feeding sites. And so as we move to the virtual model, there will be an increase in the number of school buildings that will be allowing for the grab and go meal services. We are looking at key criteria of what additional school sites that will be included. They'll also be continuing the food truck mobile meal routes to support some of those high dense neighborhoods, and also the home box delivery for those families where they are sick or in quarantine so they can't come to a site. And then for the hybrid model, it's rotation through the cafeteria spaces to ensure social distancing is happening, some exploration around outdoor spaces if the weather permits. But there'll be the continuing of the food trucks to serve students and families. And then students will be able to take meals home when they're leaving the schools. And then also the schools will be providing meals for virtual learners to pick up those meals. So that is a brief overview for the operations, and I believe I'm turning it over to Chief Grant Skinner.
Thank you. Dr. Washington talked about several aspects of health and safety there, and I will pick up on that note with a response really to a question that came up earlier from Ms. Stemmings from the PTA Council of Baltimore City about what happens when an individual does test positive for COVID. This slide just shows the flow that Dr. Salmon, the Maryland State Superintendent of Schools, shared a few days ago, which is based on guidance from the Maryland Department of Health. So really this is from the state level direction for us on how to handle cases where someone has tested positive for COVID, and actually as an expansion of earlier guidance that really had been made available from health officials, also talks about how to address cases where someone has COVID-19 like illness. So we will continue to follow the guidance that is provided to us by the state Department of Education and Department of Health. And one thing to highlight here is we recognize that it will be necessary for us to have access to quick turnaround testing for those who do experience COVID-19 like symptoms in order to move to or sustain a hybrid model. And we are having a bunch of conversations to figure out what it looks like for us to partner with different health organizations to make sure that we can actually have that quick turnaround testing available. So as we think about staffing for the new year, one thing that has been a constant for us as we've considered different types of instructional models, whether it be all virtual or hybrid or all in person, is the need for a similar number of new teachers that we have hired in past years. And so we've been adjusting throughout the process to make sure that during a pandemic, we can still meet our target for new teacher hires. And we've made really strong progress. You can see here that as of the beginning of July, we had more than 500 new teacher hires committed to the district. And that grows every day as we shoot toward that number of about 650. We also are planning to hire some additional teachers in areas where there are more candidates available as a little bit of a surplus and a reserve to support our needs at the beginning of the school year. And as Dr. Washington referred to just a few slides ago, we also are already actively seeking to hire additional full-time custodial workers so that we can supplement the custodial staff who are available at the school level. And those additional custodial workers would be allocated across schools in the district. We are actively, and I think probably folks have seen some of our actions here as we seek to continue to hire additional substitute teachers as well. So really we're continuing our work that we do with a couple of cycles of hiring for substitute teachers every month during the year, and just doing an extra push leading up to the beginning of the school year, knowing that as always, when we're in person, just the same when teachers are working virtually, there will be times when they have to be absent and need someone to lead instruction on that day. So our current work with figuring out the intentions of substitute teachers who have been with us before for the fall and in recruiting new substitute teachers is focusing on those who are interested in and able to provide instruction virtually as well as in person. And then finally, just ongoing throughout this, we recognize that we will have to continue to reassess the responsibilities and the level of need we have for each role. So in a virtual model versus a hybrid model versus an in-person model, we recognize that the needs for the number of people we need in a certain role and what the responsibilities are for people in each role may differ, and we will continue to monitor that as we launch a new school year virtually and as we potentially transition as conditions allow. So then folks who were focused on the employee experience really have highlighted for us 3 different areas of focus, or 3 plus, as there's something at the bottom here I'll close my section with that really relates to the first of these. So one thing is we recognize that different new and different professional development and training opportunities will need to be available for staff across roles. So we both for leading up to the school year and then in the fall, we are working with content teams across offices to prepare and then deliver professional learning sessions related to health and safety, related to academics and instruction, related to digital literacy and the use of technology, related to mental and emotional well-being and wholeness, and other areas. At the middle section here about guidance and protocol documents, we want to make sure that there's also resources available to go along with that professional development and training to provide as much clarity to our staff as we can. And then I will call out here that there are examples in there talk about processes for leave, and I will say there are always in typical conditions staff members who qualify for various types of leave, and that will continue to be the case as we launch with a virtual instruction, and we'll make sure that leading up to the school year we emphasize for staff what options are. And then when we get to a place where we are ready as a district to transition to a hybrid model, we will certainly be working to make sure staff are updated about the options that are available to them. And we said consistently throughout the summer that we recognize that there are staff with a variety of personal and health circumstances that impact their ability or readiness to return in person, and we will take those into consideration as much as we can through a case-by-case process. We also heard earlier about from various people, including Chief Davis, the need to pay attention to the technology needs of our students and of our staff, I will say that while we have shared that student technology access is or was the first priority, we do recognize that there was a small number of staff who didn't have access to the devices that they needed in the spring, and therefore we are continuing to add to devices that we are procuring so that we can distribute those, and that includes teacher grade Chromebook devices, and we will be figuring out what the process will be to make sure that we can distribute those as they become available from the supplier to those staff members who need them. Finally, at the bottom, you just see a call out for a Bridge to Be Well campaign. So we launched a Be Well wellness program about a year ago. This was informed by work that we do ongoing with our union partners through the Joint Health Insurance Committee, and correlated with our hiring of a couple of wellness educators for the district. And they have been working all the way back to March to really make sure that we are being responsive to the specific needs of presented by a global pandemic and presented by different ways of working. And they've now been really planning for the launch of a new school year to make sure that the support that we provide to staff around mental health and social emotional health and physical health and wellness are as responsive to the specific needs of COVID-19 as possible. And with that, I am going to pass the mic to the Chief Communications, Engagement, and Enrollment Officer, Tina Height-Hubbard.
Thank you, Chief Grant Skinner. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hanging in with us on a long presentation. I have the opportunity tonight to talk to you about how we are engaging with families and communities and students during the new virtual learning in the fall. Go to the next slide, please. So first, we'll talk about the Enrollment Choice and Transfer Office and our enrollment protocols and processes. In the beginning, we had in the closure period, we had to stand up some kind of virtual online enrollment and registration. Knowing that pre-KK enrollment was going to launch in April, it was the first thing the team did was try to figure out, work with our ITD team, as to how we could actually do online enrollment. So we began to launch that with pre-KK. By the way, we are still accepting pre-KK enrollments. I have to say, I'm very proud to say that we are actually ahead of the curve right now than we have been in the past. We have more pre-K and K students enrolled right now than we ever have before in an in-person environment. Even though we did stand up an online enrollment system, we are also retaining the option of families to submit paper applications and turn them in, as well as to submit documentation in person to make sure that we have all the proper documentation if families are not able to put that information online. We are also taking phone and virtual support for enrollment, so families can certainly call in to their neighborhood school, their school, or the district office to actually get support around the enrollment activities. In addition to pre-KK enrollment, we also have new enrollment. So students who have moved to the district, have transferred in, et cetera. We are also accepting new student enrollments on the online registration process as well. And again, if anybody has questions or concerns about that, they are welcome to please call our main number and get support from our office staff or from their local school community to get support with their enrollment practices. We also, just a couple of things else to highlight on this slide, we are managing transfer requests. Right now is our district transfer window. Just to give you an idea, last summer we saw over 9,000 transfer requests and families coming in for support. So we've also launched our online process to be able to manage our transfer requests on our virtual platform. Again, if families have concern or difficulty using that platform, they can reach out, make an appointment, and come in and actually get the support directly in a social distance approached way. We're also surveying our families to make sure we understand what their needs are during this time and try to accommodate them as best as possible. We've been standing up training for district office staff and will continue to do so on this new online enrollment system so the school-based staff and district staff can easily access the online enrollment system. I will also note for middle school and high school choice, many questions have been asked around the composite score and managing choice moving forward, and we are working on that right now. We will have information to share about the choice process when the new school year opens in September. We had to work on the online enrollment system first. We will be able to then explain to the public how our new composite system will work given the grade differences in the springtime in the closure period. We will also not be able to host our choice fair this year in person, given the COVID regulations and social distancing and whatnot. So we're going to think of a new way to host our choice fair virtually, having tours of our school options and having families be able to explore them online and also create some sort of in-person options for families to come in and get counseling on their school choice options. Next slide, please. For family and community engagement, we are very proud of the actual in-person and virtual stakeholder engagement work we've done over the time period. We are going to continue with robust family and community engagement over the time period. The first thing I'm really pleased to announce is that we're going to actually launch our Family University. It is going to be an online system for parents, teachers, principals, and staff to actually get really connected well to best practices in distance learning, virtual learning, and also take-home kits supports for families as they navigate through the systems. We're also going to be having some virtual, outdoor, and virtual events for families. We're going to try to host the quadrant back-to-school events in every quadrant of the city in support of our community schools coordinators and our partners at schools, as well as partners across the city, to host actual in-person events where we can give students support like backpacks, materials, and things they need, but also thinking about how we continue to provide virtual back-to-school activities for all of our schools and in-person school-based activities where teachers and families can work together to understand how virtual learning is going to happen in the fall. We'll continue to offer a hotline for not only technology support, but also parent supports during the fall to make sure that we're helping families access the online learning in a very robust and strong way. And we'll also provide digital media cards to families so they understand the digital learning environment. We are really also focused on orientation and training for staff. Because of our dual capacity framework that we are promoting, we're not only pledging to train school-based staff, teachers, principals, et cetera, but also families on how to work really well together to support family engaged at the school. Thinking about standing up school family councils in a different way and doing training around that. Thinking about school-based governance and how you do that in a virtual space. And also making sure that families have what they need to be successful and that we can really connect parents and families to the academic success of their children. I also want to note at the bottom of the slide that our community schools coordinators have been fantastic during the closure period, doing things like running meal sites, doing home visits with families, and we're going to continue that work. They are going to be doing in-person home visits to make sure we find all of our families, reaching out to make sure we're connecting them to the needed resources that they might need, doing device support for those families as well. And so I just appreciate the coordinators. They're also, I heard someone in the public comment earlier talk about paper engagement with families, not just virtual or online or email. And our community schools coordinators are the ones who can get flyers in the hands of families, who can get mail distributions out from our school communities. and we're going to rely on them to make sure that we are reaching all of our families, not only those who can engage in virtual or email or internet options, but also who can have paper-based options to know what is going on with the district. We're also going to continue to elevate our community connections and our youth voice as we move forward during this time period, seeking ways for youth to really be engaged and elevate their voice during the closure period as well by setting up a youth ambassador program in several of our schools as a pilot. Next slide, please. I would also like to mention quickly that our communications team is working with our family and community engagement team very closely to make sure that we are providing strong communications to our families and students. We're going to continue weekly automated phone calls and emails to families, daily updates to our city schools webpage, regular updates to our mobile app, and weekly virtual events on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, like our staff and family virtual town halls or our CEO communications. Okay, last but not least, our partnership strategy. We are excited to launch our PI portal this year. Our PI portal is Partners in Education. It's a web-based program where we can actually track and manage our partnerships with schools. We can support partners and train them on how to connect with schools, but also train schools and support schools on connecting with partners based on needs assessments that we've done by our community schools folks or identified needs by school. We want to make sure we're oriented in training our partners on our systems and solutions and finding the best practices to get them connected, either virtually or in person. Many partners have reached out to us and asked, can we do in-person activities? Can we show up virtually for our students? How do we tutor students? We are exploring all of those offers for partnership, and we are happy and pleased to accept them and think through how we marry the right partner with the right school program, and also evaluate the effectiveness of our partnership strategy. For volunteers, we have had before, we're doing again, launching our online registration. So if volunteers want to show up as tutors, want to support our schools, we will have online registration so that volunteers can actually show up. We're also going to recruit and support volunteers as they are going to be working with us on in-person activities for our kids, our quadrant strategy, and really making sure that we have a connected, thoughtful volunteer and partnership strategy. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Santelises to close us out for the evening. You're on mute, Dr. S.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Hike Hubbard. Thank you, Chief Grant Skinner. Thank you, Chief Washington. And thank you to Chief Davis for your assistance in really helping to provide an overview. We know that tonight was long. Tonight's presentation was long, but we also knew that a variety of our public, as well as our staff, really was interested in some of the top level information with regards to where we stood in and currently stand in our planning process. We will be continuing to stay engaged and host listening sessions from the 29th through the 7th. Again, now that folks have some initial information, it would be great to make sure that you send us your questions, concerns from staff, families, students, partners. You'll see the email right there. We want to continue to encourage everyone to keep the city schools reopening hub up to date, and we're going to continue to keep checking for up-to-date information. We continue to commit to make sure that some of the most critical information is there. We will continue our weekly town halls with both staff and families to share those updates. And just as a reminder, by August 15th, we will be posting our plan according to MSDE guidelines. With regards to where we are with our timeline, we really will continue to focus clearly on a strong start to a virtual school year, and then within hybrid, really prioritizing small groups of students returning to the buildings when possible, when it's safe, continuing to work with our city and community around exploring childcare programs. We know that nationally across the state and in our city, that this is a continual and ongoing, frankly, national challenge right now, but we have begun some work with partners in exploring some childcare programming and resourcing. You'll see again that we are really now entering what you heard even in some of the public testimony, which really is a focused planning on virtual learning to begin the school year. We will begin again with the implementation of virtual learning. A lot of what you saw tonight in terms of frames really will be actualized as educators, both teachers, instructional staff at schools, leaders, both principals, assistant principals, and others, will really begin to put some more of the detail on these frames as we go forward. And again, we are going to continue planning for, when possible, small groups of students, and then eventually for whenever it is, whenever it is safe to do so, really planning for a return to the hybrid model. I think the other piece that I will emphasize is the request for the proposed school calendar for the school year 2021. I am officially proposing the following amended school calendar for board vote for the 2020-21 school year to support our reopening plan. You will see, excuse me, based on the proposed school calendar that I am submitting for board consideration, we would ask that teachers and 10-month staff would return to work to prepare for the new school year. That August 28th through September 4th would be training and professional development for staff on virtual learning with a combination of school-based planning as well as some central supports. We know that there are already teachers and schools who have begun their own professional learning within the virtual space. This proposal would mean that we would be front-loading out a lot of the PD that traditionally takes place during the year to the beginning of the school year to provide more time, more space for staff to prepare. September 8th is the proposed new first day of school for students that is going before the board tonight for vote. That would also mean that on September 8th, we would begin the orientation, training for students and families. The virtual learning period would officially begin. Some of that training and orientation, again, would need to take place, begin at the latest September 8th. We know that there are some schools who just were really strong in this area during the fall, and so they may begin some of that communication actually prior to the 8th, but by the 8th, definitely. And then within fall 2020, we would, as originally communicated, be providing families with an update on where we are with our hybrid model, where at what point within the continuum of bringing additional small groups of students back similar to our summer school and prioritization all the way to a full hybrid learning model. And again, that is keeping in mind what we know now about the virus, what we are anticipating as we move forward, and what we will be consulting. So I will, as that is the last slide, again, I know that it was a packed evening, but we knew that both the board and the public wanted to be able to see some of the more detailed planning that has come together as a result of a variety of stakeholders informing a lot of what you see tonight. We will be, of course, taking feedback and making sure that we can finalize this iteration of the plan. We know that there are elements of the plan that will be a living document. There will be areas that we need to add. What you see tonight is reflective of what the what MSDE, the State Department of Education, has requested or has frankly put forth as the elements that need to be addressed. as well as some additional information that wasn't necessarily a required element of that plan, but ones that we worked on and wanted to include. I can't say a big enough thank you again to everyone for this. We look forward to the continued feedback. And Chair Chinya, I will turn it back over to you for however you want to facilitate some of this evening's questions. We are taking down all of the questions within the chat. So any that we do not get to this evening, we will absolutely make sure that we, at the minimum, provide written feedback for that, because I do know the hour is late, but I will defer to the chair's pleasure and leadership. And back to you, Chair Chinya.
Thank you, Dr. Santelises, and thank you to all of the chiefs that spoke also. I am going to ask one thing because it is very late. I'm going to ask the board if we could, as the slide was indicating for other members of the community, if we could do our send our questions in writing, because this was a lot to absorb this evening. As was said, those that are on the chat are being captured. I would ask if you have additional ones, if you would send them into our office, we'll see that they all get in. The other question that I want to ask is you made note about the calendar change, and I want to check with Commissioner McFadden. Do you need additional information around that in terms of presentation, or was that the clarity that you needed in terms of us moving on that item?
I'm fine, Madam Chair. I'm trusting that we went through and just considered all potential challenges that could be encountered throughout the course of the year, and it sounds like that has happened. So I'm fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, all righty. Other board members, again, it's not that I don't want to give people an opportunity to speak, but I'm just looking at time, and we do need to complete our agenda tonight, especially around the other procurements. So if you will send those in writing, and again, I will also say to the staff and CEO that we are thankful for the work that you've done, and please know that as a board that we are encouraged by how this plan has showed a continued commitment to really making certain that our students are going to be well prepared, especially in expanding their access to technology, also in refining distance learning, that experience itself. And so I just want folks to know that in addition to what you heard tonight, that the board's expectation has been and will continue to be that city schools will be providing highly effective instruction, whether it's virtual, moving toward hybrid, but that's what our expectation is, and that it meets the needs of our entire diverse student body. So again, thank you. At this point, I'm going to move back to the items that we had. I'm going to start with, because it's so closely connected to what we just had, item 8.04. And this is one that our student commissioner can also vote on. And this was the proposed revision to the school calendar for 2020-2021, which was just presented to us as part of the presentation. Is there a motion to accept this proposal?
James, so moved.
James, thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Richardson.
Thank you. Okay, and those in favor, Commissioner Bondima?
Yes.
Brooks? Okay, Commissioner Frank? I'm sorry,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks? I didn't hear you, Commissioner Brooks. Okay, Commissioner Frank?
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner McFadden?
Yes.
Commissioner Reed?
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sykes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor. Okay, any abstentions? And anyone opposed? Okay. Commissioner Brooks, I didn't hear your vote. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I abstained.
Okay.
okay. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Nine in favor and one abstention. So this that motion passes. Okay, then
And
we have
congratulations, Commissioner Sykes, on your first vote.
Excuse me?
I was just acknowledging Commissioner Sykes' first vote and congratulating him on that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, he has another one to come. If I could then put together the three items that were in consent that Commissioner Sykes can vote on. And that was 8.01, the appointment of the new PCAB members, 8.02. It's a renewal of a program, and 8.03, the district design standards. Is there a motion for those three?
So moved, Bondima.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, McFadden.
Thank you. Those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Abstain.
okay. Commissioner Frank,
Yes.
Commissioner James, you said yes? Sorry.
Yeah, Frank said yes and James says yes.
Thank you. Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson, sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Sykes.
Yes.
Okay, Chinya, I'm in favor. And we have one abstention, so that's 9 in favor, one abstention. So those motions also pass. Thank you. Now I'm back to the items that were pulled.
Commissioner Chinya.
Excuse me.
Sorry, Commissioner Chinya, this is Board Executive again. I just want to, can we just acknowledge the PCAB members? They've been on all night.
Yes. Do you have the?
Yeah, that should be in there.
I don't see it. Sorry. If you have it, would you read them for me? I don't have
Sure, I
them in
believe
my-
I see Charles Smith, Linnea Cornish. Who else is still on? Rachel Duncan was on earlier. Sorry, Jessica, am I missing anyone?
You're missing Courtney Witherspoon,
Okay, he isn't. He was on earlier.
Larry Simmons.
Okay, yeah, I see. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you, and I will make certain that I acknowledge that whole group again next time. And I apologize. I didn't see names. I saw the appointment, but we'll be certain to acknowledge you all next time, and hopefully we'll have someone who will speak at our public comment. So the first item that was pulled, and this was just for a vote, was 12.03. Academic enrichment programs. Is there a motion to for this pass this request?
So moved, Richardson.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Frank, yes.
Thank
Second.
you. Those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Frank. Okay, Brooks. Okay, Commissioner Frank,
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan,
Oppose?
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
Okay, I'm in favor. I have 8 in favor and 1 opposed. That motion carries. We were asked to pull 12.04, 12.05, and 19.01 with some questions concerning the CTE programming and meeting the needs of students.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I ask that these items be pulled simply to have a conversation briefly about the percentages of our students. If we understand the stats that President Hrabowski quotes, that less than 2/3 or more than 2/3 of American families have 0 college graduates. Well, we like the idea that we want to send our kids to college, that we want everyone to go there. The fact that we're spending almost $4 million on career and college readiness and less than $200,000 on credit recovery for overage and under credit. I'm wondering if that's an accurate reflection of where we are as a district in meeting our student needs, or if it's aspirational spending, or where that falls in looking at the equity of what our kids actually need to be successful.
Good evening. This is Rachel Pfeiffer, Executive Director of College and Career Readiness. I'd be happy to address those questions, and then I'll just say I think it's going to be further conversation. So part of what you're seeing in the procurement items with Urban Alliance is providing work-based learning opportunities for students. It is not the only program that we have that provides work-based learning opportunities, and as a district, we actually have invested in 4 new positions in work-based learning, new staff members who are going to be connecting with employers across the city to help provide more opportunities for students. So what you're seeing here is a part of broader work that is taking place across the district, and Urban Alliance, they've been great partners. They also have limits on the number of students they can serve, and that's the number that you see there. When we look at, and I would just add to that point that we do know that every student is going to need a career at some point. And so we're thinking through how we move forward, preparing our students more effectively for that. When you're looking at the College Bound Foundation procurement item, what you're seeing there is that we are giving every high school the opportunity to procure a contract with College Bound. We do not make them do that. That is the school's decision based on their student population, based on their budget, and based on the needs of their school. And so just because we are asking for that full amount does not mean that every school moves forward with College Bound Foundation. And that's a decision that the principal is making, kind of thinking through student needs and their staffing and the scope of the work that they need to move forward for their students. So just want to make that clear. We usually have a subset of our schools that choose to work with College Bound Foundation. And again, they've been good partners in that. The final piece is looking at the Youth Opportunity Program. This is one of several programs we have that serve overage undercredited students. This happens to be one that we have an official contract for, but we actually have other alternative options programs like Excel Academy, like Achievement Academy, that are serving students who are overage and undercredited as well. And so so I think we could pull more information to give you the full scope of what's being sent, but just want to highlight that these procurement items aren't really giving a full picture of the spending that we have in this area.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And something to possibly highlight then for next year's budget cycle is really teasing these pieces out and looking at what we're doing to support our students, even, all the way through elementary, to make sure that we don't lose kids who are behind in grade levels, or who are struggling readers or success in school attendance pieces. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. One thing I will note very quickly is just in the proposal that we have that was shared this evening, you'll note that we're actually looking to embed some of that acceleration time in the school day, so that it's not just restricted to once students are off track, you know, years down the road, but that we can start to address that earlier on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no other questions.
Okay. Are there any others from anyone else? If not, is there a motion to accept the procurement proposals for these 3 items?
I move approval of items 1501, 1503, and 1901.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Frank.
Thank you. Those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Frank,
Yes.
James Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
I'm in favor. So that is, I have 9 and no opposed, no abstentions. All right, those items are approved. And then the last set that we had was were 15.01 and 15.03. There was a question around the contracts and the replication of one of the
Yep. So my question there is, when we approve requirements contracts that have multiple possible vendors that are associated with them, my understanding is that there is a rotation that they're supposed to go through. So one of the things that I've been asking for recently, or the last couple of years, is to see where people are in the queue when we approve a new vendor. And in this particular procurement, there are 2 contracts to the same vendor. So wondering if that is part of a requirements contract, and how we are rotating those through the vendors.
This is Joe Vogel, the Interim Director of Procurement. Very good question. For rotation, we only use rotation for consulting type services like construction management, architects and engineer consultants. In both of these cases, in 1501 and 1503, they are not consulting type contracts. Both of these were publicly advertised on the state's email and market website, so that anybody, any vendor could certainly respond to those. So in this case, these would not be considered in the rotation category.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
No
Is
other
there another
questions.
question? Okay, any other? If not, is there a motion to approve these 2 items?
So moved, Richardson.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Harris Bondima.
Thank you. All those in favor, Commissioner Bondima,
Yes.
Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Frank,
Yes.
Commissioner James Hassan,
Yes.
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts.
Yes.
I'm in favor, so that's 9 in favor. There were no opposed, no abstentions. So those 2 items are approved. Thank you. I'm going to ask if there are any committee reports, any reports from the board committees that are really important that need to be included tonight. If not, if we can be certain that those are sent in writing and we can post those.
Madam Chair, I think we
Yes.
can make sure that the policy, we'll give a written report.
Oh, thank
the
you.
next round.
Thank you. Okay. So I want to just remind everyone of some upcoming meetings. Teaching and Learning Committee will have a meeting on Tuesday, August the 4th at 3:30. Operations Committee will meet on Tuesday, August the 18th at 10:30 a.m. Policy Committee will meet on August the 18th at 3:30 p.m. The Parent and Community Advisory Board, PCAB, will meet on Thursday, August the 20th at 6:30 p.m. The next scheduled session for the board executive session is Tuesday, August 25th, and that one it begins at 2. And the public board meeting is next one scheduled is for Tuesday, August the 25th at 5 p.m. These are all virtual meetings. I want to thank everyone. You should all probably be ready for your cup of warm milk. And to say good night, because this was a very long meeting. We had a lot of information tonight, a lot to think about, a lot to continue reading on. But thank you for your attention, and thank you for your flexibility as we went through this agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Just one other thing, please.
Yes.
To remind
yes.
everybody of, thank you, Madam Chair, to remind everybody about College Bound luncheon tomorrow.
You said it, say it again.
College Bound's luncheon tomorrow at 11:45. It's on your computer. It's on your email, how to get into the system. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I know that the time is drawing nigh, but I'm just curious to know if our student commissioner has anything to say tonight before we adjourn, since this is the students' first meeting.
Absolutely, and what a baptism he got tonight, right? Commissioner, would you like to say anything?
Hello. Yes, first of all, I would like to say, I apologize. I would just like to say thank you to you all. It has been a wonderful night. I really appreciate it. You all have made this journey wonderful for me from the day that I found out that I would be given this position. It has been really uplifting, just the rush of it all. And I'm excited. I want to thank Joshua for paving the way for me, because now it's time for me to take over for him and lead. So I just want to say thank you all for this opportunity, and I can't wait to see what it has in store for me.
Oh, wonderful. So,
Welcome, Kyrie.
Would you offer the motion to adjourn then?
Yes, do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I love it. Second, Richardson.
All right. Is anyone opposed to that? If not, this meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all. Have a safe evening, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.